Thank you very much for your patience. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning to you all, and welcome to the first KDI-School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. My name is Kelly Park, your MC. This meaningful occasion, and it is my great honor and great pleasure to be guiding you throughout today's proceedings. It is an honor to meet you all. Thank you very much. Well, first and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you very much for sparing your very valuable time to be here with us today and also showing great interest in today's workshop. Now, the first KDI-School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop is a dissemination workshop organized to discuss the research results conducted under the partnership between KDI-School and the World Bank Group. Now, today's workshop will be taking place for 2 days, and for today, which is day 1, we'll be covering the research results from World Bank Fiscal Policy and the Sustainable Growth Unit. Now, for tomorrow, which is day 2, we'll be having a special speaker from MIT who'll be presenting big data and advanced analytics for policy making. Now, currently today's event is broadcasting live on the official YouTube channel for the KDI School, with attendees joining us from all around the world. And special thanks goes out to our online viewers for joining in today. Thank you very much. Now, also, a simultaneous interpretation service is provided throughout this event. So those of you participating online, please set the language interpretation according to your preference. Now, today's program will be starting with a keynote speech, followed by 4 sessions. There will be a 15-minute break in between each sessions, and please note that all the sessions will be proceeding at the same venue throughout today's program. So without further ado, hosted by the KDI School of Public Policy and Management and the World Bank, let us now begin the first Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. Now, to officially kick off today's event, it is my great honor to invite Chung Il-yu, the Dean of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, for the opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. How are you? Ms. Manuela Francisco, Global Director for Macroeconomics, Trade and Investment. Ms. Lalita Murthy, Regional Director for East Asia. And others from the World Bank, esteemed policymakers, scholars, participants, both here and online. On behalf of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, let me welcome you to the first KDI School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. Thank you for your contribution and your participation. This workshop marks a significant milestone in the collaboration between KDI School and the World Bank that started in 2002. Oh, it's been more than 20 years, I just now realized. From 2005, KDI School has been contributing to the multi-donor trust fund at the World Bank, and utilizing this fund, I guess, we have conducted various joint research projects on fiscal policy and other issues. This workshop has been prepared as a platform for dissemination of the results from these research projects. We call this the first workshop, obviously indicating our intention to continue holding this event. Actually, we hope to hold one every year from now on, with a venue alternating between Seoul and Washington, D.C. The importance and timeliness of the topic, slightly painful, I guess, of this workshop, fiscal policy for growth, cannot be overstated. Today, fiscal policy is expected to do a lot while facing difficult constraints. The world economy has been on a roller coaster since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. A precipitous decline of economic activities was followed by a quick recovery. But the recovery was not strong and sustained enough to put the world economy back on its previous trend path. Despite sluggish growth, economies around the world faced rising inflation, partly because of the enormous monetary expansion during the pandemic, and partly because of the supply side problems, including various aftershocks of the pandemic and rising protectionism amid geopolitical tensions, hot and cold. With monetary tightening and rising interest rates in response to inflation, fiscal policy came under even greater stress. Fiscal authorities faced dwindling fiscal space after big spending during the pandemic. But at the same time, it is expected to help boost growth. Also, there is demand for decarbonization. There is this big meeting going on at the moment now. Then, of course, there is this perennial demand to counter inequality that has been exacerbated by the pandemic from already very high levels. These are not only difficult demands, but to some extent mutually contradictory. Obviously, no simple answer, no magic bullet. In this context, it's imperative that we employ the best of theoretical analysis and empirical evidence to devise the most efficient and effective fiscal policies on both spending and revenue sides, pushing the boundaries of political feasibility. This is what we are trying to do here, to think about here. Our task is intellectually challenging, to say the least, yet of great practical and immediate relevance. Here in Korea, we feel this most acutely. I hope our discussions will provide policymakers around the world with helpful ideas as they tackle difficult and contradictory demands they face. Tomorrow, we'll have a special session on the impact of big data and artificial intelligence in the public policy field. As the unprecedented enthusiasm with which we embraced ChatGPT and other generative AI programs show, there are enormous opportunities that digital technologies are bringing about in a variety of fields, including public policy, but at the same time, there are great and potentially calamitous risks unless we succeed in taming them for the benefit of humanity. The OpenAI saga, ouster and comeback of Sam Altman, all this, I think, is related to this problem. Tomorrow's special session, I hope to learn more about how to navigate the new technological landscape that is both exciting and terrifying. I'll stop here before closing. Allow me to thank our colleagues from the World Bank and KDI-School for making this event possible and for generously sharing their expertise and insights during this workshop. I'd like to convey special thanks to Professor Sandy Patland from MIT for the keynote speech to be delivered tomorrow. I haven't met him, but I read, not a lot, I can't say. Some of it's very technical and difficult, but I read a book that he took part in at the new economy, Data as Capital. I would also like to thank Mr. Park Jong-pil from Bank of Korea and Mr. Lee Gang-yong from the Ministry of Science and ICT for sharing their valuable time with us. Let me also acknowledge the presence of distinguished participants of the earlier KDI School Global Leadership Program. Where are you? Can you? Yeah, okay. I think they completed our program online in 2020 and 2021. And obviously they couldn't come. And now belatedly, they are invited to Korea here with us joining in this workshop. Last but not least, I extend my sincere thanks to the staff members of KDI School and the World Bank, whose tireless efforts have been instrumental, I am told, in bringing this event to fruition. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jin Yu, for the warm welcome and your unwavering dedication and support for making this event possible. Thank you once again. And now we will begin with our keynote speech centered on the theme Global and Regional Economic and Fiscal Outlook. We have two prestigious speakers who will be delivering their keynote speeches. So first, it is my great privilege to invite Dr. Manuela Francisco, the Global Director of the Macroeconomics Trade and Investment Unit at the World Bank. So please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, the colleagues that are watching us from other parts of the world. It is an honor to speak after Dean John Yu, and it's really a pleasure to be here in Seoul. It's my first time. So I will have a presentation that is going to talk about the global trends. My aim is to provide or give the global context to set up the discussion of these 2 days. My colleague Lalita will focus on regional issues. She's the expert on regional issues. So I have some slides that I would like to show you and that I hope will motivate the discussion of these 2 days. So let me start with industrial production. As we can see, it remained resilient despite advanced economies' weaknesses. So, sorry, I need to be looking like, oh, I can see it there. Okay, great. We start in January 2022, and this is because, basically, this is the beginning of when the trade resumed, the end of the lockdown, and there was a normalization of economic activity. We saw that there was a dip shortly after, and this is marked because of the war in Ukraine, and there was some fluctuation. And this is because there are a number of circumstances happening around the world. One of them, it was the increase of inflation due to supply side reasons, but also to demand side, because there was expansionary monetary policies for an expanded period of time. And as a result of that, and the monetary tightening that followed, led to an impact on industrial production and the decline that we saw. There was a recovery, but what we can see, and the main message that I would like you to keep of this slide, is that emerging markets and developing economies, the yellow line, is well above advanced economies. So the advanced economies are still struggling to recover somehow. And this is to a number of reasons: trade restrictions, global slowdown, and monetary tightening. I want to talk about this right away. This also talks about industrial production, and it shows the Purchasing Managers Index. We have it for service and for manufacturing. Above 50, it shows there is an expansion. And what we can see is that PMIs in emerging market and developing economies, excluding China, remains robust, particularly in the service sector. There is now a decline. There are many upside risks and there will be volatility throughout, but we see that services are doing better than manufacturing. And I want to go back to global capital markets. The global capital markets did well in 2023. Actually, I just looked at the news this morning. It went down 0.3%, and there is going to be volatility. But 2023 was a good year in general. 2022, as you saw, it went down, and this was because of the global tightening and its global slowdown of economic growth. However, the news starting in 2023 that there could be normalization of policy rates and that in the near future we could see some loosening or at least a slowdown in the monetary tightening was positive to the markets. Now we have again a dip, and today again there was a decline, and there are many reasons that explain that, including that there are geopolitical risks and lots of uncertainties. Talking about labor markets, and I just have the US, but the US is an important market because it impacts monetary policy, which then impacts global monetary policy around the globe. The labor market in the US has been very robust, and that's why the Fed has maintained high interest rates. If you look at the data, starting in 2002 to today, 7 million jobs have been added to the labor market. It's been a very tight global labor market. So typically what the US report is non-farm payrolls. These include private and government. The last bar, blue bar, I want to draw your attention to that, is real GDP, third quarter of the US, is also quite robust. So this puts pressure on the monetary policy, but all the indications we have is that monetary policy could start loosening in 2024. So I thought this chart, especially the right-hand side, is a very interesting one. So, but let me start with the left-hand side. And as you know, policy rates in the advanced economies were near to zero, and then they saw an increase to about 5%. The advanced economies, there was always a gap. As you saw, financial costs are always higher in emerging market and development economies. There is a premium for risk, and as a result, you see that there is a significant gap. But the trend is similar. And in the case of the developing economies and emerging markets, it reached to about over 8%. But the right-hand side is a very interesting chart. So we start with looking at data starting in 1980. And we see, and so this is cumulative increase, percentage point cumulative. So let's look at the purple line, 1980s. That was the fastest monetary tightening, the fastest and deepest. In about 7 months, policy rates went up by 10 percentage points. This is a delta. The policy rates didn't start at zero. So this is delta. So about 10 percentage points in 7 months. That was the fastest. But the second fastest was now, in 2022. About 7 percentage points, no, sorry, less than about 6 percentage points lower than that in 21 months. But was the second fastest and deepest monetary tightening since 1980s. So if you don't remember anything else, remember that chart. Consumer price inflation. So as you know, we have seen an increase in inflation. It has been not seen inflation like this since the late 90s. Actually, I did my PhD in inflation, and no one talked about inflation. I thought my topic was dead, but unfortunately it's back. But we saw that there was a significant increase, hence the monetary policies, but there was a decline. However, we see, and I want you to focus in the last data points, we see that there is an increase in emerging market and developing economies. So even though advanced economies, the inflation is going down, and as a result, we expect and we hope we will have some loosening on monetary policy, emerging markets are still not doing so well. So this could lead to still monetary policy tightening in emerging markets and developing economies, and loosening in the advanced economies, with all the implications this will have for capital flows. Just a chart to tell about energy prices. Energy prices have come down, and I look at the data as of today. It has gone down again, which has supported disinflation in the recent months. As you know, crude oil prices is a very volatile commodity. There are lots of uncertainties, what is happening with the world and geopolitical tensions. And if the current conflict is not contained, that could lead to further pressures on the crude oil prices, which, as you know, is an input into almost everything we produce. So it has multiplying effects throughout the economy. And now let me talk about primary deficit, coming close to the subject of this workshop. This is the share of economies with curated primary balance between 2011 and 22. As we saw, over 80% of leak economies had a duration in their primary balance. We didn't see such a sharp situation in other MDBs, but in leak countries, it was very pronounced. As a result, gross financing needs went up. So as you can see in 2022, for both groups, leaks and low mix, it has gone up, reaching about, it's difficult to say exactly from the chart, but about over 10%. And this chart, let me actually give you a fact that tells more than this chart. And I participate in many events related to that because I also cover that. Public debt in low and middle income countries increased by 131% between 2010 and 2019. So when we hear that countries are in very difficult situations because of COVID, that's not really true. COVID pushed the countries and the economies further to the cliff. And this was even more pronounced if the countries didn't have their macro fundamentals right. But there was excessive risk-taking by both debtors and creditors. In nominal terms, public debt for this group of countries reached about $18 trillion, with the impacts that I will show in the next slide. But if you look here, what really important to take out of this chart is the distance between the yellow and the red bars. So the increase was especially significant. It's not in 2022, is the difference between 2011 and 2019. And it was because of very large primary deficits debt accumulated. We have done analysis in the debt unit, and our analysis shows that debt accumulation was primarily because of very large primary deficits. Hence the motivation for the discussion of today, these 2 days. And this is the result. So, if you look at the numbers, so the total change in numbers is not relevant because countries graduate or countries move from one category to the other. But look at the composition. So let's focus on leaks. In 2015, there were some countries at low risk of debt distress. In 2023, no leak, not even one, is at low risk of debt distress. They are all at either moderate, high risk of debt distress, or in debt distress. If you look at the bar for high risk of debt distress, the red one, it has increased significantly. And of course, then, there was an increase in all categories, moderate and also in high debt distress. 60% of low-income countries are at high risk of debt distress or in debt distress already. The situation for other emerging market developing economies is somewhat different. There are still some at low risk of debt distress, but the number is much smaller. And there are many more at high risk and in debt distress. And the last thing I want to say to motivate the discussion of these 2 days is the following. Many countries today face a debt service payment bill that is higher than the budget for education, health, and infrastructure. How can those countries grow? Some countries, half of the revenues is just debt service. These countries cannot invest in productive areas so that they will grow tomorrow. So that's why fiscal policy for growth is so important. And I leave with that. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much for that informative presentation, enriching us with your perspectives on the global trends and the recent global economic events of the fiscal outlook. Thank you once again. And now we are very delighted to welcome Ms. Lalita Morty, East Asia Regional Director at the World Bank, to share her keynote presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with another big round of applause.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this workshop. I'm honored to follow Dean Yu and Manuela Francisco, my colleague. What I'm going to do here is I'll focus my comments on the economic and fiscal outlook for the East Asia and Pacific region, or as we call it in the World Bank, because we love acronyms, it's the EAP region. I'll start really with some basic trends, and then outline 3 areas of concern and 3 areas for focus. So let me start with the good news. It's always a good place to start. With the average growth of about 5% in 2023 and a projected growth of about 4.5% in 2024, East Asia region and the Pacific region remains one of the fastest growing regions in the world. This has meant that this strong growth that we see in this region has meant that most of the countries, if you focus on the left chart, most of the countries in the region, the output is above where it was before the COVID pandemic. So some like China and Vietnam have output which is about 20% higher than it was before the pandemic. You have other major countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines that are seeing about 10% higher output now than they did before the pandemic. But then you have some countries in the Pacific, as well as Myanmar, which are still struggling. So the region is growing, so what is the problem? The problem is that this growth rate is slowing down. So let's consider what is actually shaping the performance of the region. This EAP region actually focuses or depends a lot on trade and is open to global financial markets. So it's naturally affected by the global environment. So 2023 is a year when global growth slowed considerably, and that meant less demand for the region's exports. At the same time, in 2023, that Manuela mentioned, was a year when many industrial economies were struggling with inflation. And so that led to financial tightening. So the combination of slowing demand and high inflation led us to make GDP and growth projections for 2023 that were much lower than what we saw in 2022. If we look ahead to 2024, we expect global growth to pick up. We also expect the financial conditions, as Manuela mentioned, to ease somewhat as inflation is brought under control. This combination has led us to project slightly higher growth rates in 2024 than in 2023. But this general picture is affected by three concerns in the East Asia and Pacific region. The first concern is that across the region, we see a problem of increased debt. This is not true just in a few countries. It is in every country. It's not true just of government debt, but it is also true of corporate debt as well as household debt. In some countries, the problem is actually quite acute. I don't think we show Laos, PDR, and Mongolia in this graph, but government debt to GDP ratios in those two countries are very high, something to the order of 110% in Laos and 62% of GDP in Mongolia. Corporate debt in Vietnam and China is 40 percentage points higher than it was in 2010. Household debt is also elevated in China, Malaysia, as well as Thailand. This debt obviously weighs heavily on households, so they spend less, and that affects consumption. It also weighs heavily on governments and corporate sector in a way that it affects public as well as private investment. So this is clearly the first area for concern. The second area for concern is really when we start to understand what is happening in China. The story of China is very important for us in this region to understand because China matters a lot for us. We calculated that about a percentage point change in growth in China affects the rest of the region by about 0.3%. So clearly there is a very strong links in the region to China. Now, China's current performance is shaped by both how it grew in the past and how it aspires to grow now in the future. In the past, it put emphasis on growth through investment, infrastructure, and real estate, all of which has left it with a legacy of debt, which I just showed you in the previous chart. Now, it aspires in the future for broader, more stable, and more inclusive growth. This means three things. First, resolving the problem of excessive leverage in the real estate sector and the risks that it creates for the financial sector. Second, it entails moving away from emissions-intensive sectors in China. And the third, growth that is more, autonomous in terms of reliance on its own technologies, given what's happening in the geopolitical situation. Now, this aspiration of China to move to a more broad, stable, inclusive growth has led to an emphasis on growth through consumption and investment. So they're moving from investment to consumption and innovation. So China was prepared to give up, actually, some of its short-term growth to ensure longer-term, better quality growth in future. The problem, though, for China is that the instruments that were chosen to engineer this transition were not always very efficient. So the change in policies that it did exacerbated the uncertainty for consumers, which combined with declining real estate prices has led to a significant decline in consumer confidence that you see in the graph to the left. But policy uncertainty has also led to a decline in investor confidence in China, and that's shown to the graph to your right. We did some econometric work in our chief economist's office, and it shows that the sectors that were most affected, like education and internet-based services, were the ones that were subject to most policy changes. So consumers, investors, it's not rocket science, they just hate uncertainty. And you start to see all of them in the hold and wait pattern as they see more of this uncertainty in China. So that is the second area that we are seeing that causes a little bit of concern. And the third area that worries us in this region is the global retreat from open trade and capital flows. In particular, the US and the industrial policies that it's adopting is beginning to affect the exports from this region. So what we saw was the imposition of tariffs by the United States on China in the middle of 2018. And there, many of the exports shifted from China to other ASEAN economies, especially Vietnam. But more recently, through the adoption of the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act in the United States, there are provisions which which have local content requirements for subsidies that to be received or granted, has actually been followed by a decline in exports from the region, both China as well as the ASEAN economies. So that's the line that you see all the way to the right when CHIPS and IRA were introduced. If you look at the countries that have free trade agreement with the United States, like Canada and Mexico, these were actually exempt from local content requirements, and you start to see that their exports to the United States have gone up. So the difference is that this basically shows you that the region is losing out, and other countries that are in a free trade agreement with the United States are benefiting. And we must not forget, by the way, I've just outlined the three concerns: debt, what's happening in China, and what's happening on the global trade side. But then maybe since I'm still sticking to threes today, there are three other bigger concerns that are looming behind these more shorter-term concerns. And those are the concerns of climate change. There is declining productivity growth in this region, as well as the societies are aging very rapidly. So those are the longer-term secular challenges that this region is also facing on top of the three challenges that I laid out. Well then, given that these are the concerns, what are the three policy priorities that we are focusing on in the region? The first, not surprisingly, and this is what Manuela mentioned, but also, is the focus of this seminar, this workshop, is the need for fiscal consolidation, and that is something that we are going to focus on in this region. As I mentioned, almost all countries in the region have seen an increase in public debt. In large, this is a part of, now, of course, and I have to go back and look at this because Manuela said it's not just the pandemic and the shocks. It was actually building up much before, probably because money was cheap at that time. They could borrow cheaply on international markets. But there is actually a large buildup of public debt and large deficits from the government. And when growth has recovered, it is actually not enough to bring down these rapidly increased levels of public debt. So you really need a fiscal policy response, which means, well, there are actions to be taken on the spending side, which could be, you know, increasing efficiency of spending, eliminating wasteful subsidies. Now, it's easier said than done. I mean, many countries have faced these challenges on energy subsidies, which are not just bad because they are regressive and they don't work, but because it is actually adding to the debt and also climate change issues. So clearly things to be done on expenditure. But I really want to focus on the revenue side because that worries me a lot. Now, I joined this region just in June of this year, July of this year, I'm forgetting which month I joined, in July of this year. Before that, I used to work in Europe and Central Asia. And there you see revenues to GDP roughly about 40%. When I come to this region and I see such enormously low revenue to GDP ratio, especially tax revenue to GDP ratio, I find that actually very, very surprising. The revenue collection in several East Asian countries remains very low relative to the country's levels of income. And this has not improved for even a decade. There are, in fact, some countries like Malaysia where revenue to GDP is actually going down. Low revenues reflect a sizable structural tax gap. That's the difference between the tax collection capacity based on the performance of other countries at similar income level and the actual tax revenue collected. If you look at actually Indonesia and Thailand, we've just done a recent study, the tax gap is roughly about 6% of GDP. That's very, very large. Now, these large tax gaps are due to many reasons, right? So you could have low compliance, you could have high tax-free thresholds, you have wasteful exemptions, very low VAT rates. In fact, when I looked at the VAT rates, the average for this region is around 11%, whereas globally it's about 16%, the average. Right? So some countries like Thailand, it's actually as low as 7%. Recently, Vietnam actually lowered its VAT rates in several, for short periods of time. So clearly, I think this should be an area of focus in East Asia and Pacific. The second priority, and I was actually talking to Dean Yu about this just before this started, our presentation started, was we really need to invest in skills in this region. It's actually quite shocking to me when I see that the learning poverty estimated by one of the World Bank reports remains extremely high in the region. This is because the foundations of education are quite weak, but even in a country like Vietnam, which has strong foundations, there is a cliff because the quality of tertiary education is not as good. So if you want to reap the benefits of an innovative, service-oriented economy, we really need to invest in people, especially the young with better education and health. So this is another area that I think we should focus on quite a bit. And the third priority is how do we leverage public finances to address climate change? And why are we so worried about climate change anyway? This area, this region actually, the EAP region, is heavily affected by climate change. More than half the world's losses in natural disasters occur in this region. Yeah? We estimate that impacts from climate change could exceed 10% of GDP in the Philippines and Vietnam by 2050, but that's really, really large. Not only is this region being affected by climate change, it's actually contributing to climate change as well. So this region needs to decouple its economic activity from emissions. And the investment needs are just enormous. In fact, they're so large that sometimes you feel discouraged just hearing those numbers. For example, in China, you need about $14 trillion up to 2060, just in two sectors, power and transport, to reach its own nationally defined contribution targets. Now, we, the World Bank, we are the largest provider of climate finance in the world, And the World Bank invested close to 30 billion last year in climate projects, but this is not enough. And although our president has said he's going to increase it much further, I still think that's not going to be enough. So you have to think of ways of combining public financing with leveraging private financing. And how do you do that in a way through is going to be to bring it up to scale and speed is going to be the biggest challenge. So how do we do that? Through blended finance, project de-risking, improving regulatory reform, the regulatory reform to green the financial sector. These become areas of focus that we have in our region. I could, of course, go on, but as I said, I'm very new to this region. I'm still learning about it. These were just some of the initial observations that I have as I've joined this region. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moody, for sharing your valuable views with us on the influence of the recent global events on the economic and fiscal outlook in the East Asia region. Thank you once again. And next, I would like to introduce our discussant for our keynote speech. Please welcome Professor Hyunwoo Kim from the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And Professor Kim serves as an Associate Dean of the Planning and External Affairs Office, specializing in international finance and macroeconomic policies. Dr. Kim will be joining us via video, so please turn your attention towards the screen and please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning. I'm very much honored to be a discussant in the first session of the first KDI School and World Bank workshop today. The topic of today's workshop is fiscal policy for growth, but since the presentations in the first session is related to outlook and contents of the fiscal policy will be covered in detail today and tomorrow. So my discussion today will focus on outlook. And I have received the World Bank presentation materials yesterday afternoon or even this morning. So I didn't have enough time to review thoroughly the material and prepare my comments. So therefore, even though Dr. Manuela Francisco and also Dr. Lalita Murthy wanted to discuss the debt problem of the low-income countries and emerging market middle-income country, developing economies problems in our presentation. But I would like to tell you in advance that what I'm going to talk about is not about the global and regional macro fiscal outlook presented by both of them, but rather questions about the general concerns what I have been thinking about. So I will start with the recent macroeconomic trend of Korea. In Korea, the growth rate declined rapidly from the second half of 2022, but the economy has recently shown some improvement propelled by the resurgence in exports, as you can see in the right end of this picture. Okay. From the demand side of the national income account, despite the subdued domestic demand and Korean exports, domestic demand, especially for the private consumption, Korean exports are showing a fairly clear recovery, especially thanks to the rebound of global demand. the increase in semiconductor exports is quickly alleviating the sluggishness of Korean exports. From the production side of the Korean economy, we can also confirm such symptoms of recovery. In other words, the recent restoration of Korea's economic growth is being read by the improvement in the semiconductor production. Based on the expectation that semiconductor exports will improve further, most of international and domestic institutions, including KDI, predict Korea's growth rate in 2024 to be around 2.2%, despite various downside risks, which is already mentioned by Dr. Manuela Francisco, such as the burden of interest rates that are expected to be higher for longer. Here we have projections of the OECD, which has 2.3% for Korea's growth rate next year. KDI's number is 2.2%, which is same to the IMF's, and the Bank of Korea suggested as 2.1% as of last week. Considering the production structure and the capital incentive nature of the semiconductor industry, the positive ripple effect of export recovery on other industries or employment is unlikely to be significant. From the input-output analysis, economists at KDI found that improvements of semiconductor industry would have very small value-added inducement effect on other industries and almost negligible job-creating effect compared to other industries. This picture shows the trajectories of quarterly export volumes of Korean industries from the first quarter of 2015. We can easily find that the performance gap across industries is widening, especially between semiconductor industry and others. Despite the increase in growth rate due to the recovery in exports, therefore, it will be difficult to feel improvements in other sectors next year in Korea, I think. Having said that, we have very limited chance to feel some benefits from the recovery of semiconductor exports. In this situation, it is necessary to examine whether the forecast figures for the Korean economy growth rate are in line with the economic situation directly felt by the majority of Korean companies and households. In particular, it is necessary for policymakers to be certain that next year's situation, which macroeconomic policies must respond to in order to stabilize the economy, is close to the figure of around 22 or 2.2% or 2.3% here. So for this purpose, for example, assuming that there was no semiconductor industry in Korea, let's just think about the situation, or that semiconductor exports has been very stable, we can try to calculate the average growth rate or economic sentiments of other parts of the Korean economy. However, as these attempts must be made under numerous assumptions, so it is very difficult. When we calculate using a ballpark figure, as the semiconductor industry accounts for about 7% of the Korea's GDP, the significant change in semiconductor production could change the growth rate in 2023 and the forecast number for 2024 by about 0.3 percentage point to 0.5 percentage point respectively. If that happens, the growth rate in 2023 could rise to around 1.8% rather than 1.4%, and the growth rate in 2024 could fall to around 1.7% rather than 2.3%. So in other words, the GDP growth rate will rise due to the semiconductor recovery, but the economy of the remaining major sectors may slow down further in 2024. So I have a few questions regarding the role of the fiscal policy for economic stabilization. I would like to first ask to what extent the fiscal policy stance should consider such kind of optical illusion that appears due to the big cycle in the ICT industry, especially in the semiconductor industry, as in Korea. In other words, the first question is when the overall economy fluctuates due to the significant volatility in a few industries with large weights in the economy, which fluctuations or which business cycle should macroeconomic stabilization policies, including the fiscal policy, focus on. The second question is if today's topic, fiscal policy for growth, is presented as the right goal of future fiscal policy, how can we find the most reasonable balance between the goals of economic stabilization and economic growth? Of course, discussion of the second question will likely take place today and tomorrow, so you don't have to answer now, but please let me know if you have any views. I will stop here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kim, for your informative presentation introducing the outlook of Korean economic situation and offering constructive questions for us to think about based on your analysis. Thank you once again. And now we would like to have a more in-depth discussion with our keynote speakers. Please bear with us with a few minutes as we set the stage for the next proceedings. In the meantime, we encourage you to utilize this time to go over the presentations beforehand or prepare any questions or comments regarding to the presentations that we have just had. And in addition, we welcome questions and comments to our online viewers as well. If you have any inquiries, comments, please submit it on your chat box in the official YouTube channel of our KDI school. And we look forward to hearing from you. Also, simultaneous interpretation service is provided throughout this event. So those of you who have questions or comments, please feel free to speak in your language according to your language. And now the stage is set. I would like to invite Dr. Manuela Francisco, Ms. Lalita Morty, and our discussant, Professor Hyunwoo Kim, via video, and our chair, Professor Chin-Soo Lee, to take their seats up on the stage. Professor Chin-Soo Lee will be moderating today's session, and Dr. Lee is a professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, and also serves as an associate dean of the Development Research and International Cooperation Office, specializing in investment and international finance. Professor Lee will be acting as chair for all of the discussion and Q&A sessions. So if you are ready, please take the stage.
Good morning, also good afternoon. I'm sorry that I wear a mask. I have a cold and I don't want to spread viruses to other people. So I wear a mask. Please understand my situation. Thank you. And today we have two distinguished speakers, Dr. Manuela Francisco, also Dr. Attila Muti. They talk about the global and regional economic fiscal outlook and the current situation in that, and three main focus in fiscal policy. Also, we have a discussant, Professor Hyunwoo Kim, talk about Korea's current situation. Also, two questions about today's presentation. First, could you respond to Professor Hyunwoo Kim's two questions? The first question is that when the overall economy fluctuates due to significant volatility in a few industries with large weights in the economy, which fluctuations or volatilities should make economic stabilization policy focus on. Basically, in Korea, the semiconductor industry has a large weight and which has a different cycle from other industries. So in the case, how we manage such macroeconomic instabilities for different industries. Would you respond?
Sure, I can. Is this on? Okay, thank you very much. Let me take a shot at it and then maybe invite Manuela to come in. First of all, if I understood the question correctly, if there is, okay, there's music to accompany me. Thank you, sorry about that. So, if the question is that if the economy is dependent on just one product, which is very important in that product, depending on how that industry does, it creates macroeconomic fluctuations. So how should fiscal policy respond to such a situation? So we have that, by the way. This is not uncommon. We've seen this in many countries. They could be natural resource-rich dependent countries, so they just have one product that they export. So how do you then, as a policymaker, think through these issues? First, of course, our answers probably will be more long-term. So first you begin by thinking about, okay, is there ways of diversifying this economy through investing in its endowments? So it's not really diversification of exports, but really start thinking about diversification of endowments. How do you think about moving this country away from a single product, which is so important, to other possible products where it could start to become competitive? So that's one thing that you may want to focus on. The second thing you may want to focus on, especially if you think about fiscal policy, and let's assume that this is because your tariffs and your revenues from that sector keep fluctuating, it causes problems in your fiscal policy. So how do you think about that? There I would think more about in terms of counter-cyclical fiscal policy. So when things are going well, that's when you save, you do all the tough things that you need to. And when things are going badly, that's when you start to spend a little bit to make sure that you're offsetting some of the declines that you're seeing in your revenues and your GDP. So it is extremely important to think through like that. It's also important, by the way, to keep the fiscal policy flexible. So you should be able to ratchet up through your automatic stabilizers, if you will, when things are going badly. And when things are going well, you should be able to cut back very quickly and save for the rainy days. So that's how I think about it in a very simple way, but I'm sure Manuela will have a more complex answer to it. Thank you.
I don't think my answer is going to be more complete. Actually, what comes to mind is what you said, maybe because we've been trained the same way. So I fully agree with what Dr. Lalita just said. I think, and we have seen this in many economies, when an economy is quite dependent on one sector, this economy does well when this sector does well. But this economy does not do so well when that sector is not going through good times. So which basically means that you have lots of volatility in the economy induced by one sector. And that is never good. So I fully agree with Dr. Lalita. The first thing in my view should be diversification of the economy so that you make the economy more resilient. You shield this economy from shocks. I'm also of the view that, and this is a balance, and I don't think any policymaker really knows where the balance is, but it's very important to balance out policies that support one sector of the economy that is dominant, that create lots of jobs. So the policies need to support this sector because a lot of the economy depends on that sector, the jobs, and all the linkage that this sector has backwards and forward. But at the same time, if the policies continue to focus on that sector, it will be difficult for other sectors to develop. So I think my view here is that continuous supporting one sector should not be at the cost of developing others so that the economy is more resilient and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And second question from Dr. Kim is that is there any balance between fiscal policy, for fiscal policy, between the goals of economic stabilization and economic growth? There may be some kind of conflict or some kind of complementary between stabilization and growth. So what's your thought on this issue?
Thank you. I think all policymakers want to know the answer to this one. So we know that fiscal policies towards consolidation in the short term can hurt growth. However, when we think about policies, we need to think about the medium to long term. And sometimes economies go through difficult periods, but it's important to go through this period to have a more sustainable medium to long term growth. So the current situation, and if I go back to what I said before, I think many economies are in a difficult fiscal and debt position. Fiscal policy alone will not resolve. Some of them will need to do some debt restructuring and everything that comes with that. But fiscal policy, especially DRM, and I always like to look at two sides of the budget. In some countries, we also need to have some efficiency of spending and look at the expenditure side carefully. But you need to increase domestic revenue if the countries want to improve their fiscal position and if they want to avoid further build-up of debt. But in the medium term, some reallocation of resources needs to take place. And what economies should think about is how going through that difficult period, in the short term, the relocation minimize hurting economic growth, still supporting economic growth, but managing the fiscal situation and putting the fiscal position in a better shape to promote growth in the future. Thank you.
My job is simple. I just say ditto. I think I fully agree again with Manuela on this. Look, I think it's a false choice, stabilization versus growth, which one should fiscal policy support. Both are important and both are critical. You cannot have growth if your economy is not stable, if you don't have fiscal stability. So it's macroeconomic stability more broadly. So I think it's really a false choice. Both are important. The role of fiscal policy should be, it should support growth always. That should be their goal. And yes, in the short term you expand, in the long term, you think about good times, bad times, counter-cyclical policy. But your job on fiscal side is to keep it stable so that it attracts. The growth comes from the private sector, and that's where you want, and your fiscal policy should support that, as well as your other policies of investment and so investment policy. All of that should ensure competitive neutrality, that your state-owned enterprises are not crowding out your private sector, which Manuela mentioned. So these become very critical. So I really think it's a false choice. Fiscal policy should be geared towards stability, which is important for growth. Thanks. And while they may be short-term trade-offs, but in the longer term, they go in the same direction. Thanks.
So both are important, and there's no contradiction between those two policy goals. That's what I understand from your comment. Thank you. And I have one question when I hear your presentations. First, I know that many countries have a lot of debts, and that level is so high. And we know that the interest rate becomes also higher. So naturally, the debt burden will become more and more now. So what is the solution out of such bad situation? You may suggest, I heard that more revenue mobilization may be one solution from we can out of such a bad situation. But how can we have such a large amount of revenue, and who will pay for that? So that's the question I have when I hear your presentations.
Look, I think here I'll answer like an economist. It depends, right? So it really depends on the country situation, and depends on what level of development the country is, what other avenues it has or doesn't have. So it really, you have to examine, and then who the creditors are. All those things matter when you're thinking about how to handle any particular country. So I'm thinking about, say, sorry, my examples will be from Europe and Central Asia because I'm more familiar with those countries than I'm more with East Asia. But if you think of a country like, say, Ukraine, that's going through some tremendous stress, to put it very moderately and mildly, they had a lot of commercial debt. So they have to go for restructuring, which is what they're trying to do. So it really depends on country circumstances, how you handle your debt situation and what you do. But the reason we worry mostly about it is that if you are paying back large, if your interest payments to your primary deficit is very high, your interest payments are very high. As Manuela said in her talk, there is no room for other investments. So what do you do if all your money goes towards that? So you have to think about first raising your income, right? So that's the way I think about it. How do you grow faster would be something that I would focus on a lot more, and think about, for each country, have its own very specific solution on how you deal with debt. But Manuela is the global expert on debt, so I'm going to pass this on to her.
Thank you. So, So there are lots of discussions on that, and probably you are familiar with the fact that the World Bank, IMF, and the G20 presidency has launched the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable, because we think that we need to find ways to help the countries getting out of these very difficult situations. There is also the Common Framework, that is a G20 initiative that was an effort to bring China into the discussion on debt issues. As Dr. Lalita said, it depends. So there are some countries that have a solvency situation. They are just insolvent. So they need to restructure that. There is no way they can move forward. There are countries that have a liquidity challenge, and we actually look at that data, and we see there are many countries that are solvent but have liquidity challenge in the next 2 years. What are going these countries do in the context of still very high interest rates? How are they going to roll over the debt? It's very costly to go to the market right now, and many countries are anyway without access to the markets. So I think the number of things need to be done. And we are actually thinking about how to go about this. There are a number of possibilities, extension of maturities, swapping of debt for other instruments with longer maturities at lower rates. There are a number of things that the World Bank is very much involved on. But that fiscal policy and debt management, debt restructuring go hand in hand. Whatever you do on the debt side that you may need to do, you need to adopt sound fiscal policies to avoid countries end up in the very situation they are here. As I said in my presentation, the reason they built up debt so quickly, one was because they ran very large primary deficits, and then because the cost of capital was so low and capital was so abundant, why not to borrow? So that's why it happened. But so you need to do two things. One is you need to deal with the debt, with the stock of debt, and the liquidity issues. But you need to adopt policies to raise more revenues, to spend better, so that countries have a better future, both on the fiscal and growth side. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have to carefully examine specific situation of each country, and we have to set up proper policy for the countries in those questions. That's what I understand from their responses. I can see one participant raising his hand.
Thank you very much. I am Moinul Islam from Bangladesh. Now I am KDI student, KDI school student. I have a question to Lolita Murthy, Honorable Regional Director of World Bank, East Asian Pacific. You have mentioned in your presentation that in your three concern areas, one is trade and industrial policies, and the priority area is global climate change. Due to US Inflation Reduction Act, the export of China and EMDs to USA declining. Now at this situation, China and other EMD countries is trying to customize their products to export USA, and if they already doing customize, it will be helpful to overall world to combat climate change situation. That's all about my. Thank you.
Clarify your question. You're saying that you're talking about exports and climate change, and what is the link between the two?
Yeah. Due to Inflation Reduction Act of USA,
yes.
Exports of China and other EMDs country declining, I think. and
Other ASEAN economies.
yeah, yeah.
have declined. Yeah.
Now, at this situation, is China is trying to customize their products. That means they are trying to develop their products as green friendly to export as USA.
Yeah.
And if they are doing, China or other countries, they are doing products green friendly, overall this development, product development will be helpful to overall mitigate
Yes.
climate change of the world.
Yes, absolutely. I think you've made some very good points there. I'm sorry I didn't get it in the first part. So just to back up a little bit, the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act in the United States, they link subsidies to local content. So if it's manufactured within the US, then they get some subsidies. And they're trying to encourage manufacturing in the United States. And what that has done is to lower the exports, not just of China, but other ASEAN economies. But when you look at countries that are in a free trade arrangement with the United States, like Mexico and Canada, in my last chart, you must have seen that since the reduction of CHIPS and IRA, you see exports from these countries going up significantly to the United States. So clearly the impact of IRA and CHIPS is very clear. China and other countries, not just because of what the United States is doing, but also because of CBAM in the EU, where this is becoming very important, where they're trying to make sure that not only what is produced in their countries is decoupled from emissions, so you're producing them in a more green and friendly way, but also what you're importing from other countries is also similarly green. So they're looking at not just production decoupling from emissions, but also consumption decoupling of emissions. So what you import, those goods are also green and friendly. So to the extent that China or any other country is going towards green production, green exports, greening their energy sectors or any other emission-intensive sectors and how they are producing these goods, that becomes very important. And to the extent that China is going green, it helps its exports and it helps the climate issues. So absolutely, you're correct on that.
Thank you very much. Didn't you?
Thank you very much for your very informative, excellent presentations. I don't normally take part in this kind of discussions, but since I am here, I want to make some observations and offer as my comments. There was from the discussant, there was this question about being the risk of overly dependent on a particular industry. In Korea's economy's case, the semiconductor industry. In the economics literature, there has been a great deal of discussion about the problems of monoculture, which is in this line of reasoning. There's also Albert Hirschman, the debate between balanced growth and unbalanced growth, you may recall. And Hirschman emphasized that you could go for, this balanced growth, all this proportional growth based on planning. This is difficult, You may go for unbalanced growth, and you have to pick and choose the industry which has a lot of linkages. And in the Korean case, I just learned that semiconductor industry has very few linkages, unlike automobile or shipbuilding or other manufacturing industries. So Korea is in a bind, and given this situation, I think Korean government should think twice about the current emphasis and large subsidies that it has been bestowing upon this particular industry, which happens to be dominated by chaebol, conglomerates, which has also negative implications for income distribution as well. For my second observation, this is about this fiscal consolidation issue. The Korean government, no reporters, I guess. has been emphasizing this as well, and then they engaged in some tax cuts, and we often see this kind of, policy stance. I think the justification for that comes from the supply side economics. Public sector is wasting money, inefficient, so you reduce and that kind of stuff. And the overall thrust of your presentations were not like that, but I guess it was slip of your tongue when you just mentioned that private sector is what generates growth. But why are we talking about fiscal policy for growth? That's really the bad political slogan of this supply side economics. As you emphasize, there is a great deal of contribution from the public sector and fiscal policy in terms of education and upgrading skills and providing infrastructure and providing appropriate incentives. And also we need social spending. So there is a good, the need for good balance. And I don't want to take too much time, but just finally, this buildup of large debts, especially public debt, obviously is a result of large primary deficits over the years, but doesn't follow that the debtors are the only ones that should be blamed, right? The creditors lent the money, and given these difficult problems, and some of these countries are already in distress, insolvency, the creditor should also take part of the blame and responsibility. The situation is somewhat similar as Dr. Francisco shows. There's this buildup of debt during the low interest rate period, and then there's a steep rise in interest rates in the advanced world, and that is what happened in 70s and 80s, and look what happened in 80s. We had a lost decade as a result of the debt crisis, precipitated by precisely this kind of situation. So we have to make sure that the blame goes around, and the creditor institutions and multilateral financial institutions and rich country governments must do their share. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Gyeon-sun. It's a pleasure and an honor to have your comments. I will focus perhaps on the debt issues, and on you also said very good comments on the issue of the private sector, and therefore what is the role of fiscal policy. So let me start with the debt question. As I said before, there was excessive risk-taking by both debtors and creditors. Creditors were lending to countries that they knew that they were not doing very well. But the risk premium was so high, and they were in search of the yield. They made lots of money. So I totally agree. Everyone played a part in this. But there were countries, and I'm not going to name countries, that borrowed at over 20% when their economies grew at 5%. Nothing can go right with this math. So both parties need to responsibly act, responsibly borrow, and responsibly lend, and also be more transparent about this. About the fiscal policies. So fiscal policy and the government has the role of supporting the various actors in the economy, and the private sector plays a key role, and we will support private sector-led growth. But fiscal policies, and we will going to hear more about this during these 2 days, have a key role and doing the right balance in ensure a collection for the function of the state, but also to have to be at the right level to promote a dynamic economy. The state does need to collect to ensure the function of the state, the education, health, infrastructure. A well-functioning state requires resources, and the well-functioning state attracts private investment because the economy works and the state works. So fiscal policy is key for a dynamic private sector. And I'm not talking about lowering rates to attract private investment. Let's make it sure. Getting the right balance so that the state plays its role, that is to support the economy. Thank you.
I don't think there's much to add because I think Manuela covered everything well. On the creditors, I mean, I would also like to emphasize the issue of transparency. It's I think, very, very important for people of a country to know on what terms the loans have been contracted on their behalf. Because, you know, politicians have a short window, but it's the people who are held with the left holding the debt, and they need to understand what the terms of the debts are. And that also encourages a little bit responsible behavior on part of governments and creditors, I think. So debt transparency becomes particularly important in addition to all the points that Manuela mentioned. On the fiscal policy growth, look, I mean, both have important roles to play, but growth comes from private sector and fiscal policy plays a supportive role. That's my view. Having lived in India for so long, where any growth in private sector has come despite the government, not because of it, I'm a great believer that growth comes from the private sector, and the role of fiscal policy or public sector should be supportive. So they provide the enabling environment, they provide the infrastructure, they invest in education, service, all the services that they need to provide, and they need to create a level playing field, clear regulatory policies, regulations, policies in place that attracts which not just is the fiscal policy, but going beyond that, I think is very, very important for countries. So yes, both are important. One plays an enabling role, the other is the major partner in growth. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can go on in this way for the remaining of the day, but due to the time limitation, we have to move to the second presentation. So before we move on, let's give them big hands for the insightful and keynote speeches. Also, Professor Kim for his interesting discussion. Thank you. So we'll move to the second presentation, World Bank Strategy for Promoting Effective Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your valuable insights with us, Dr. Francisco, Ms. Morty, and Professor Kim with our chair, Dr. Lee. And let us begin our first session on the World Bank strategy for promoting effective fiscal policy and sustainable growth. We have three esteemed speakers providing a very rich and comprehensive perspectives on the topic on hand. And we have Ms. Emilia Skork, a Global Practice Manager for Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth at World Bank, Mr. Anders Yoth Agerskov, a Senior Public Sector Specialist, Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth at World Bank as well. And last but not least, we are delighted to have Gokul Das Pei, an Operation Analyst in Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth at World Bank. And first, we would like to welcome Ms. Emilia Skork, a Global Practice Manager for Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth at World Bank. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here, and it's very difficult to speak after such a strong panel, because a lot of things that I wanted to say as an introduction have been already said. But let me go very quickly through the challenges, and they are only limited to a few things that will provide a bit of the background for the rest of my presentation. And the presentation is giving you a little bit of the sense what we in the World Bank, in the fiscal team, doing in terms of analytical work, because this analytical work is supporting our countries where we engage with client countries, our country teams in support of the policy dialogue and World Bank cooperation. And presentation today will give you a little bit more in-depth analysis of some of those. So we discussed these challenges already. The world is facing a lot of global challenges, climate change, pandemic, and conflict. At the same time, many developing countries are dealing with shrinking growth, prospect, weakening investment, and surging debt. But what is important also to state is that progress on sustainable development goals have been stalled. In sub-Saharan Africa, progress practically 90% of sustainability, the sustainable development goals are not met and not on track. And if you look at the progress between 2019 and 20, in African countries, you didn't see much of the progress. There is, though, in Pacific Islands and part of that region, a bit of the better developments between these two periods, though still a lot of sustainable development goals are not met. And what is most important, the access to health and sufficient food, vaccine coverage and employment levels are especially seeing significant backsliding. What we also see, and what my colleagues have emphasized, is that we see in developing countries a lot of multiple compounding risk affecting their development prospects. And you see these risks are a combination on several things. Dimensions of risk that I present here are not only climate, is health, food insecurity, social economic vulnerability, macro fiscal dynamics, conflict, and fragility. And you see not only Africa is facing these compounded risks, there are also some countries outside of Africa that are in the difficult situation. So this is provide a bit of the context, and I want to argue that fiscal policy has a role to play. My colleagues also mentioned that in developing countries, we see a lot of increase in fiscal deficit, and the first graph shows you that fiscal deficit greater than 5% is now present in 28% of low-income countries. It was in 2022, 50% of countries had a deficit above 5%. In middle-income countries, situation is a little bit better, but still 30% of countries are facing deficit above 5%. And at the same time, on the other graph, we see that issue that has been growing. Okay, so now I want to make a few points, and then I'll just come to the work that we do in the unit and in the World Bank supporting countries. So this discussion have been very present, and sustainable development goals, all the challenges require revenue mobilization for financing. Of course, you can finance it by some adjustment on spending, but it's very difficult, and we've seen a lot of countries have not made progress on the revenue mobilization. And if you see number of countries with tax revenue below 15%, you see that in low-income countries, it's almost 80% of countries have very low revenue mobilization. The same situation is in lower middle-income countries. Here I present the numbers, but in counting the countries, but around 75% in low middle-income countries are also having very low revenue mobilization. If you look a little bit at what is the structure For those that have lower revenues, you see that countries with low revenue mobilization rely more on the large taxpayers, corporate income tax, and easy to levy trade taxes. Consumption taxation is lower than in countries above 15% of GDP ratio. We see also much lower role in the personal income tax and social security contribution. And why domestic revenue mobilization is important? We've talked about the previous panel and questions linked to that. You see that in countries, and we have done this analysis, that with tax to GDP ratio between 15 to 20% are having much higher GDP growth in the next 5 years. So you have higher growth prospects if you have higher revenue mobilization. We have also looked at countries, countries, depending on their level of tax to GDP ratio, how they responded to shocks like COVID. Not only the growth was higher for these countries, and the prospects of growth were higher, but they also faced a smaller decline of the growth if we take COVID as a counterfactual. Finally, we talked about this too. The analytical work that we done in our unit shows that future spending on health and education rise significantly with tax revenue as a share of GDP is increasing. And you see that we have seen this plateau between 70 to 25%. And I want to finish with in terms of the context about additional investment. There is a lot of discussion. We've just came back from Dubai, where we discussed the climate change and the required investment needed for both adaptation and mitigation. And we see that additional investments for a resilient and low carbon pathway is very high for low income countries. It's up to 8% of GDP on average. Lower middle income countries are facing 5% of GDP, and of course, upper middle income countries, the requirements are much lower. With this, in this context, low revenue mobilization, high indebtedness, high investment needs, we talked about it a lot in the previous session. This provides, I would say, nice opening for the work that we do in the unit and our colleagues in the regions. I'll focus what I called at game changers, and there'll be probably nothing that surprises you. So we in the World Bank, in the global unit, focusing on 3 themes. We work on the issues related to creating a larger fiscal space, either through spending less, spending better, promote fiscal discipline, and also creating this fiscal space through revenue mobilization, how to collect more, but also how to collect better. And finally, we are very much focusing more and more on looking at the fiscal risk from crime and how to reduce this risk and how to crowd in private investment into decarbonization, how to finance decarbonization pathway with private investments. So our fiscal policy and sustainable growth unit have these 3 pillars of work that I mentioned: fiscal policy for growth, which this conference is focusing on, and you will see a lot of analytical pieces that we have worked on, has been also supported by the KDI. Tax and development, looking at the domestic revenue mobilization, and fiscal risk and climate change. And all these 3 areas, thematic areas, are trying to do 3 things. First, we try to create knowledge. So where we see the knowledge gaps, we try to fill them in. Second, we try to support countries' analytical work, so tailor this global knowledge to country-specific requirements. And thirdly, we try to support countries in their lending operations. So we try to blend this knowledge and lending, using the global knowledge and combining it with the country solutions and informing lending operation, because we believe that reforms also require financing and support in the implementation. Selected examples of our work. Oh my God, I forgot to change the slides. It's a bit difficult to change on iPad and here. I'm sorry for that. Selected examples concern these 3 areas, and let me go directly to them. So first of all, if we discuss this, how fiscal policy can support output stabilization. And actually, we do a lot of work on pro- and counter-cyclical fiscal policy. I showed you the example of Bulgaria, because whenever we do a tool or approach, we try to apply it to the country. And here is an example of Bulgaria. And the main message of the analysis that we did for Bulgaria was actually based on the tool, Bulgaria from 2017 to 2020 did not support it, fiscal policy did not support output stabilization. Instead, it curtailed demand when output exceeded potential or reduced it when output fell below potential. It was only in 2021, when you see in the graph, that it began to provide support to growth when the economy was started to shrinking. And this is the tool that is available. It's an Excel-based tool that we can apply to almost any country in the globe. And it is informing very basic discussion on the counter-cyclicality, on the output stabilization. Let me move to the next, because it's important to distinguish what happens automatically and what happens discretionary. And fiscal policy can also have discretionary impact on growth, both on the short-term and long-term growth. We have done work on fiscal multipliers, but here I show you something else. Very simple approach for countries they do not have a good data. You know that is very demanding, data-driven and demanding exercise, and we have alternative method to the one that I'm showing. But this one is basically using empirical research and try to group countries based on their economic characteristics and multipliers that are associated with these characteristics. And this is used, for instance, for countries that we don't have a good data. And the example is we just applied to the region and to see whether this is actually giving us a good picture. And just an example, in Latin America, multipliers is higher compared to other regions due to two facts. First of all, labor market rigidity and fixed exchange rates. So again, this simple tool is allowing us to start a conversation around the discretionary fiscal policy impact on growth. Let me move to the next. Lalita also mentioned that it's very important that fiscal policy is flexible, so it's not rigid. So we are also working on expenditure policy and looking at the rigidities that are embedded in the expenditure side. We have created, again, approaches how one quantify rigidity in public spending. We have parametric and non-parametric tools. We're covering more than 120 countries, and here again you'll see an example of Bulgaria. Why Bulgaria? Because we have recently did their public expenditure review or public finance review, so some examples comes from that. And we benchmark what is the proportion of the rigid spending in Bulgaria, how they have been changing, and actually what it would make for a policymaker to make it a little bit more flexible. Another tool that we have created that is trying to look answer the question, which countries have the highest fiscal vulnerabilities to shock? And we have quantified multiple shocks, and we did like a heat map. So you could look at that as the traffic lights. Given the 5 shocks that we have identified, we can assess which country is more prone to shock, is more vulnerable. And some of the vulnerabilities are also coming from the fiscal side, like limited fiscal space. Another tool that is pretty often used in our country engagement is how to make spending more efficient. And of course, one can do it in the various ways, but what we try to do is try to benchmark countries. We have also a tool that calculates efficiency scores using different methods, data development analysis, free disposal tool, and bootstrapping. And we can tell you how efficiently countries spending on the certain selected or main items or in the public expenditures like education, health, infrastructure. We have applied it to over 180 countries. and we can tell you, given where you are and who is at the frontier, who is, have the best optimal spending vis-a-vis the results. So this efficiency is linking spending to the results. Of course, you need to define this result, but today we can, use multiple results as a result of the spending, and we can say, look, given where your peers are, you can either reduce your spending to achieve the result you have, or you can, with the increase of, or you can keep your spending and increase your result. And here we have given you the example of Ghana. Efficiency analysis that we have just completed for Ghana shows that the overall score for public spending is at 0.6 in the secondary education, which means that Ghana has still potential to increase efficiency and achieve results. The next tool that I want to present to you is something that we called quality of expenditures. And we know from the textbooks that overall expenditures have three main goals: contribute to long-term growth, contribute to stabilization, and also help with the redistribution. So given these three main objectives of spending, we have identified indicators that could link to these main objectives, and we ranked countries. And we are presenting by pillars how countries are performing, and we can easily say, that your country is overperforming or underperforming at a certain pillar. And you can increase quality of your expenditures, but by looking at or reforming, part of distribution part of your spending policy, or your spending are not really contributing to growth. And of course, this is something that is relatively simplistic, is starting to open the dialogue with the governments to looking more specifically on detailed items. I showed here Cameroon. It's a lower middle income country, resource dependent, fragile. The overall expenditure quality is 0.3, while the peers for this country, low middle income countries, have 0.43. And you can see this low score comes primarily from the limited impact of expenditures on the distribution. So it means clearly that there is some work to be done in this area. I think I have to move quicker. So the next one, on the spending side, we are really much seeing that one of the biggest items that provides rigidity in the expenditure policy is wage bill reform. So we have been also looking at what are the drivers of wage bill. Is it employment? Is it wages? And actually we created an Excel-based tool that could simulation what would happen to the government wage bill if there would be a reduction in employment, what type of employment, and a reduction in wages. And of course we go granular, so what type of wages, which workers, and Ecuador is one of the examples I gave here. Moving next, I'm finishing with spending. The new line of work that we have been investing is how to align spending to sustainability goals. And, very important, the first step is to tag green, to do a green tagging. So to know how much you spend on green, brown activities and how much you don't know about spending. And we have been using a framework developed in the European Union, in France, to actually provide very detailed expenditure tagging. We have classified expenditures into 6 aspects: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, water, waste, pollution, biodiversity. And we have applied different methods, depends on the country's preference, because it's either you classify these expenditures based on the objectives, or sometimes countries also classify them based on the policy-based definition. So climate-relevant activities are those that are referenced in a national and climate change policy document, but it's much more subjective. So we're trying to use the method 1, and this is just an example that in France, 6% of spending is still brown spending, while 7% has been green, and natural is most of those that remains. Finally, I'm moving to taxes quickly. For examples, there is a lot of discussion about how does the global minimum tax affects the revenues and FDI. We have done detailed analysis of effective tax rates for several countries. Of course, this is super also data intensive because it requires to have microdata and trying to map, some of the incentives to, firm size. But we have managed to do it for, I think, 4 or 5 economies that are mentioned here. I gave you an example of Honduras. Very preliminary work that we have done is that shows that implementation of GMT in Honduras is estimated to increase tax revenue slightly between 3 to 6% in corporate income tax, but this is under the assumptions that FDI doesn't move abroad. And we know this is critical. So the next part of the work would look, what it takes for the investors to stay. Because already we hear that a lot of investors are discussing, moving locations in the countries that are considering GMT. But it's also the matter, what you offer instead, whether some of these revenues that would come from higher taxes could actually not provide, more spending into skills, education, better infrastructure, which often, based on the empirical and theoretical literature, is more important than particular tax rate. Let me move next. Many countries are also, when we learned and ask, you have this 7% of tax to GDP ratio, how much we should increase. So we have developed also the tool that tries to assess what is your tax potential based on your tax economic structure. That's a very, very brief indication where the potential is and how much you can think of increasing. You may not want to increase. I think for Korea, tax potential is much higher than actual revenue intake, and this is a government choice not to increase it. So also some of the recent work is just trying to also incorporate some of the institutional side, some of the choices of the government, but it's very difficult. So this tool is very simple, just based on the economic, demographic, trade, and time invariant inefficiency related to institutional side. The next, and I'm almost finishing, so I know that's a lot of details and a lot of tools, but I want to tell you that the scope of work we are doing, and many of those have been also done thanks to the collaboration with KDI. Because we see that consumption taxation is very effective type of taxation in countries with high informality, and actually we see that in low-income countries, consumption taxation could be also much more powerful to mobilize revenues. We have looked how much the real-world VAT system differs compared to the textbook, because we know from textbook that it's how the VAT is designed is the very efficient way to collect taxes. You have input, you have output, everyone is part of the chain. But what we see in VAT systems in low-middle income countries is that it deviates very much from this textbook model. For example, VAT fillers, especially small firms, do not report any input in VAT, which is in contrary to the input credit mechanism that is making this tax so powerful and good. So we have done work on countries that you see on that graph. Several of them are developing countries, and we noted several features. The revenue is highly concentrated, mostly comes from the middle and big size firms. Effective tax rates vary widely if you look at the size of the firms. So, for instance, for the small firms, sometimes effective tax rate is much lower than for middle-sized firm and small-size firm. Refunds are often delayed, and a large share of firms claim no input VAT in particular in small countries. So this could also, some of this analysis could inform policy decision and discussions at the country level. I move quickly to the final part of the work that we are doing, and this is related to designing of carbon taxation. And what we really focus is not on the carbon tax per se, but we are focusing on the carbon pricing metrics that is trying to combine fossil fuel subsidies, carbon taxation, but also how fuels are taxed. And you see, and this is an example from Ukraine, because recently we have done a note on Ukraine, is that while in Ukraine it has one of the lowest carbon tax in the world, in the country has imposed pretty high fuel taxes on oil fuels, and has VAT across all the fuels. So through excise and VATs provides a proper signal in terms of pricing. But at the same time, we see that coal and especially natural gas have a lot of subsidies that actually offset some of these signals. So when we think about decarbonizing, we should look at the total, not on the one component. Another tool that we have developed is a so-called climate policy assessment tool. When we design carbon tax, we can estimate what are the co-benefits of this task, measured by the, how much revenue we collect, or even health co-benefits. In some countries like India, these arguments should speak to the policymaker, though I think we find hard time to get them convinced on this. So the CPAD, this tool that is actually estimating how much revenues can come from the different type of carbon taxation, has been applied to a lot of countries, inform around 40 countries reports, and we are applying into next 21 countries. So as you see, that's a huge effort. And finally, I will not focus on it a lot, but we can also assess effectiveness, efficiency of carbon pricing policy by combining them with the other type of policies, like EV policies or regulatory policies in power, transport, heating, and steel. And you see when you have combined these policies, then the last graph shows that the best results you can achieve in terms of decarbonization. And all of this leads us, if we assess spending quality, we work on tax potential, and we do this work on tagging carbon taxation, it all potentially will fit to our core diagnostic that we are working with countries on. It's public finance review. Every country, low-income country until now, and soon middle-income country, every 4 years would do a public finance review that would allow us to combine all these tools, all this knowledge, and also country-level knowledge that is much more specific than what we can provide the global level into one report. And we have actually done several of these reports in the last time. The bars, as you see, are high. We are doing on average around 25. And now we are trying to streamline this report and make it a little bit more I would say standardized. I don't think I need to get to many details, but we want to have the 3 parts that would tackle almost the same questions, of course tailored to the country needs, and then we'll have second part that would have a deep dive in the particular issues that country is interested in. And all of these with the hope that we will have discussions in our country partnership frameworks on some of these issues. It would inform institutional reform, that it would inform implementation, these acronyms, IPF, for us, just different types of World Bank support in terms of lending, and then we will achieve results. And actually, we have been achieving some results. So you see here, these are operations that the World Bank did in terms of lending operation and analytical work that fit to that. And we see that, actually some reforms has happened at the country. Maybe less than what we would like to see, but we have a few examples. I asked one of the colleagues that work on Latin America region to prepare this slide. So you see a lot of Latin America countries here. But I think if we dig, and we're actually trying to a repository of some of these, we see a lot of positive examples. We had a sustainability recovery DPF in Brazil, and we have seen pension reform, expenditure rule introduced. Sometimes not exactly what we would advise, but following the main principle. So now I believe I should give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Policy and Sustainable Growth at the World Bank. Please proceed.
And we just decided that Kukuldas will kick it off to talk about how we work with development partners.
Okay, thanks, Anders. So I'll be covering the trust fund, umbrella trust fund between World Bank and KDI, which is one of the vehicles of collaboration between World Bank and KDI over the past several years. The existing umbrella trust fund between World Bank and KDI was established in 2021, which funds a lot of fiscal policy work, which was covered in previous sessions. And which one of the objectives of this particular conference is to disseminate and to discuss and have more in-depth session about some of the outputs produced from this trust fund. So on the left side, what you can see is the broad World Bank's ways in which we allocate and prioritize funding when it comes to the trust fund, not just specific to this, but overall World Bank's various trust funds. When we allocate funds or decide on the activities, these are the kind of issues we consider, like prioritizing countries which are vulnerable and focusing on low-income IDA countries and fragile and conflict-affected countries. And also looking at the more long-term programmatic approach rather than short-term just-in-time funding, and also leveraging more on banks' ongoing work in lending, field presence, and also a lot of ongoing diagnostics which is happening at the country level, and also effective collaboration with various partners, including development partners, IMF, OECD, and all this. So these are the factors when we decide when allocating trust fund. On the right side, you will see the broad set of activities which are covered under the World Bank KDI Trust Fund, which is already discussed in previous session, but to give a brief overview, the fiscal crisis response, as we know, from the Manuela session, we saw even before COVID crisis, we had debt crisis, countries were in deep debt distress, and then we had COVID crisis, and then post that Russia-Ukraine crisis, and then supply chain issues which created food. And so this particular thing will do some research and policy publications on how best to respond to crisis and on these issues. And then we have fiscal consolidation strategies. As you saw from Lalita Murthy's first presentation, it is one of the priorities, not just in East Asia, but across the bank, and countries try to achieve fiscal consolidation and sustainability. Quality of expenditure, public spending, green spending, and these issues, growth diagnostics, building fiscal resilience, and subnational finance. So these are the broad areas which are covered under the Umbrella Trust Fund. Now coming to the specific outputs which were produced under this, I will just go through broadly because we have subsequent sessions coming today and later tomorrow when these sessions will be discussed in detail by my colleagues. The first one which was produced by this trust fund was Fiscal Implication of Deteriorating Global Economic Environment. So it's a publication which is already published, which looks into the recent crisis in the emerging markets from COVID to Russia-Ukraine war and the resulting crisis on inflation and food and fuel crisis, and then what best responses countries can do on various policy options the countries can choose. This also comes with an accompanying tool which was produced. It's an Excel tool which helps countries to compare, benchmark different countries, identify countries which are at high risk. It looks at various indexes on debt vulnerability and various other factors, and it is helping countries helping country economists and others to benchmark and compare different countries. One more publication is Primer on Fiscal Consolidation. We have a session later today afternoon from my colleague Paolo who will discuss more detail on this, but it's a paper which gives various options for countries. It also comes with a tool which takes various episodes of fiscal consolidations which were done from 1990s and which will help countries to compare and evaluate and learn from all the episodes of consolidation which has happened. And also quality of expenditure, the heat map. We have a session tomorrow from my colleague Santiago on this. Again, it helps compare and benchmark countries on the quality of expenditure, efficiency of spending, size of government, public investment, and various kind of, so it's a dashboard. So tomorrow we have a session which goes more in depth in this. So some of the future work, actually these are already ongoing work, a lot of groundwork has already been done. And which will be continued in FY 24 and 25, fiscal policy in low-income countries and FCVs, and fiscal policy and productivity, how fiscal policy will impact various determinants of productivity like market efficiency, technological adoption, and so on. And effect of public investment on private investment, some literature review and publication. We have a session later today by my colleague Frank Uli on this. And fiscal policy digest, it's more of knowledge sharing, like we have this conference, websites, blogs, and bringing experts and sharing, dissemination of various tools produced under this trust fund. So this is broadly about this trust fund, and we'll have later sessions today which will cover in detail about some of these outputs. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Anders.
Thank you very much, Kukuldas. Early on in the COVID crisis, we stood up a global program to provide support, fiscal support to countries hit by the pandemic. And we started taking stock of some of the lessons coming out of that work. And as you may remember, societies were closing down. We were beginning to work from home. We were all rushing out into supermarkets, if there are supermarkets in our areas, to find alcohol and so on. So what were some of the emerging lessons? So the first one is the need for a macro fiscal framework to figure out what should we focus on, right? You know, some people talked about tax rebates on health expenditures. Others looked at expanding social safety nets. Others looked at managing contingent liabilities and so on. So we didn't really have a framework for looking at all of these different interventions. A second insight was, because the pandemic hit broad and hard, we couldn't just rely on old household surveys. Some countries went into the crisis with household surveys that were 6 years old. And also we could not use that data to target the safety nets because you had many more new poor that were affected. Furthermore, because of the large secondary effects, we also needed to make sure we looked at models that looked at firm and household responses, right, the secondary effects. Another interesting observation was the importance of multi-level policy coordination. Obviously, there is the formal set of instruments around expenditure and revenue, but also some countries felt that the SCOEs could be an important fiscal buffer, but it has a downside in terms of fiscal risk, so it's not true for everybody. Finally, on fiscal rules, it has been discussed a lot, and I also know some of you have worked quite a bit on this. Obviously, the fiscal rules need to be defined in such a way that they don't hamstring you during a period of crisis, but actually help you with counter-fiscal policy. Another interesting point was the importance of partnerships. So without partners, the World Bank could not have set up a program like this, because we also have our own expenditure rigidities. So this provided funding to engage in more than 30 countries globally. So that is very important, and that's also why we are very thankful for the KDI support. Another interesting thing is digitization. So not just in allowing senior governments to get together in a period of crisis and continue to work, but also on core fiscal policy, like for example in Morocco, they used the tax administration to send money to those that were affected. And those that didn't have a bank account, they partnered with the banks to send them a code so they could go to the ATM, the cash machines, and get the money, right? So it really shows the importance of the digital technologies. But let me stop here and thank you very much for your attention.
expectations as well. And now I would like to introduce our designated discussant, Dr. Sagunan, a senior fellow at the Korea Development Institute and adjunct professor at KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And he is an expert in economic growth and development in international economics. So please welcome Dr. Sagunan with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. It is my great honor to be a discussant here. And this session's presentation was very rich and the scope was quite broad. Good thing is that subsequent sessions will cover all these issues. So I'll just focus on the spirit of this session with some big picture. I started my career at OECD in 1997 in the middle of East Asian financial crisis. And then I moved to Hong Kong and then Tokyo, and in 2005 I joined KDI. And from 2006 I started to teach at KDI school. This is my great honor to teach future leaders from all over the world. And now I'm teaching competition, innovation, and firm dynamics. And now I'm developing a new course, industrialization, globalization, and technology. I'm not sure whether Dean Jong-il Yu would accept my proposal, but I'll do my best. And this topic, the World Bank strategy for promoting effective fiscal policy and sustainable growth, the big picture, I fully agree with all these details. But as already Dean Jong-il Yu also mentioned, this topic is very controversial, even within the bank and the development circle. And now we are faced up with daunting tasks. And for some countries, we will have to pass through very painful periods. And during such a painful period, how to promote effective fiscal policy would not be easy, but let's see. I'll start from a Korean perspective. Well, Korea, Professor Lucas once said that never before have the lives of so many people undergone so rapid improvement for such a long period. And just after Korean War, we were literally the poorest country in the world. And our per capita income is around $35,000. So we are included in rich countries. But we also had some difficult time, like financial crisis in 1997 and also global financial crisis and the pandemic. We had negative growth. And also, we were one of the highly indebted country in 1980. Top 4 highly indebted country, Korea was one of them. So the importance of debt management, also the importance of public investment management are very well known to us, and we have accumulated some experiences. We had a big transformation over the 5 decades. I will skip that. And here is a picture. This is the black and white picture is taken in 1972, when KDI established in 1971. 1 year later, our Hongnan campus had opening ceremony, and the gentleman at the right was the Prime Minister at the time, Deputy Prime Minister at the time, Mr. Tae Wan-sun, and next to him was Finance Minister. He later became Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister, Dr. Nam Do-gu. And then there are 2 foreigners. Who are they? The third person from the right is Dr. David Cole at Harvard Institute of International Development. And on the left, he is Dr. Dwight Perkins at Harvard University Economics Department. They continued to come back to Korea to consult us. And about 40 years later, 2011, we had a knowledge sharing program dissemination seminar. And then, in the middle, on the first row, she is Ellen Kruger, senior economist, chief economist of the World Bank. And we see Professor Dwight Perkins and David Cole on the right and on the left. You can see they look similar even after 40 years. So we are now here face to face I hope that we could continue to see regularly, and then we will make big difference for the world. One slide from 10 years later, we had a 2021 Knowledge Sharing Program Dissemination Conference, and I organized it. And one presenter was from IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, and I borrowed one slide from his presentation, Korea Global Leader in ICT Area. And there are many good news, like Korea was the world's fastest internet speeds, and Korea was world's first 5G commercialization. And Korea was first in most innovative economies, according to Bloomberg. And Korea is home to world-leading electronics and ICT companies such as Samsung, LG, SK, and KT. So no wonder why we are all here, and some of our friends from the world, they are interested in cooperation with Korea. And there are some comments for this so-called knowledge sharing program results, like Korea is a unique position to share lessons with countries in many stages of development. And Korea is a phenomenal example because Korea is the bridge between the least developed countries and the more developed countries. And there are some more good comments, and that's why the partnership with the bank and Korea would be interesting. In 2021 KSP projects, we had fast-track projects with Malaysia and Indonesia on handling this crisis from COVID-19. And Korea's case was interesting because US had a lockdown and they experienced economic contraction. And Sweden had herd immunity and they suffered from high death rates. In case of Korea, we had no lockdown and we overcame thanks to the ICT technologies, and Korean experience could be interesting to you, and that's why it is included in this workshop. And there are many points like the importance of data infrastructure, clear strategic vision, and ethical use of data and algorithms. They will be covered tomorrow, I believe. Now, background. According to Professor Scott Galloway, he wrote the book The Four, and he is teaching at NYU. He said, pandemics, wars, depressions, these shocks are painful, but the times that follow are often among the most productive in human history. The generations that endure and observe the pain are best prepared for the fight. And that's why we are all here for the fight. And a world without work, according to Daniel Susskind's book, work has already precarious in many parts of the world before the pandemic began, marked by stagnating wages, rising insecurity, pockets of unemployment, and declining participation. COVID-19 rushed it off a cliff. To be clear, the threat of technological unemployment in the future has not diminished. On the contrary, there are many reasons to think that the threat is now growing than ever before. Most recent book, which came out this year, Power and Progress, our 1,000-year struggle over technology and prosperity. The authors say that, well, Dean Jong-il, you also mentioned OpenAI. AI appears to set a trajectory that will multiply inequalities, not just in industrialized countries, but everywhere around the world. Although the introduction of robots and specialized software has increased output per worker in the industry, there is clear evidence that investing more in humans would have boosted productivity by more. Again, that's the topic of this workshop. The part 3, actually I borrowed this from the slides, which you already observed, effective fiscal policy and sustainable growth. I'll skip this because it was already covered. There are 3 pillars, main pillars: macro fiscal profile, revenue policy, and expenditure policy. And this approach is very important because it has quite comprehensive scope, like long-term growth, stabilization, and redistribution, and which will be covered today and tomorrow. And I will skip this slide because it's already covered. And well, I'm very much interested in future work, the World Bank and KDI partnership, especially like fiscal policy and productivity and fiscal policy design and effective public investment on private investment. And then there are many lessons from fiscal responses to COVID. I will skip that too. Finally, towards fiscal innovation, we organized a global fiscal forum with OECD and KDI for Korean Ministry of Economy and Finance about 4 years ago. And there are some interesting experiences, like Sweden. The development of new technology is exponential. This makes the future more difficult to predict, and the timing for governmental interventions even more delicate. It pressures government agencies to be proactive and to navigate in unknown waters as to how to act and when to intervene to achieve sustainable solutions. And Sweden shows interesting case of policy lapse. And Swedish tax agency established a policy lab to investigate how to increase the number of taxpayers filing revenues from housing rentals. So these challenges are not unique to low-income countries, but high-income countries have the same challenges too. In the UK government has taken a variety of steps to open up the policy-making process, like policy lab, open policy-making team, or behavioral insight team. And open innovations are very important. And Estonia, since regaining its independence in 1991, Estonia has been one of the fastest growing economies in Europe. And the spending reviews by OECD aim to increase the flexibility in resource reallocation. Such flexibility allows to address shifting strategic priorities and release higher productivity. Again, the same topic. So we are hitting the right spot for the global challenges. And in Singapore, building upon systematic workshop development efforts, workforce development efforts over the past 4 decades, Singapore launched the Skills Future movement in 2015, a national skills strategy which seeks to help strengthen the foundation for highly skilled, productive, and innovative economy. Finland has taken concrete steps to utilize tools like experimentation more extensively in the public sector. One example was Experimental Finland. It is a team which took concrete actions to ensure the understanding and ability to utilize different types of experiments in the public sector, like basic income experiment was one good example. Well, the same year, 4 years ago, OECD and KDI, we organized a workshop on innovation diffusion across regions and firms. And a similar spirit will apply to this workshop. And this is the first workshop, but I'm looking forward to future efforts, which will be quite fruitful. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. An, for introducing the Korea Development Institute and its overall events. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed on with the discussion and Q&A session. Once again, please bear with us as we set the stage for the discussion and Q&A. Once again, we encourage you to go over the presentations and prepare for the comments or questions you may have regarding to the prior presentations that we have just listened to. And in addition, we want to welcome questions and comments from our online viewers. Please submit your inquiries in the chat box below our official YouTube channel on KDI School. We'll do our best to address all of the questions and comments as time allows. So thank you very much for your participation and your understanding. So as soon as we get ready, we will be proceeding. Yes, I would like to invite our chair, 3 speakers, and our discussant. If you are ready, please proceed.
I think we can discuss a lot, but we are behind the schedule already. Actually, 7 minutes behind the schedule. So I don't want to take much time. So as a mediator, I will finish this session within 10 minutes. So please bear with us for 10 minutes. We will finish this session within 10 minutes for sure. So any question or any comment for this interesting and insightful session from the floor? Yes.
My question is, should World Bank go for the strategy of HIPC and MDRI which implemented in 90s and 20s? I would like to draw on the lines of the John Gill, you professor. He also said that debtors and creditors should behave responsibly. And also we have seen that DSSI started by G20 could result in only 12.6 suspension of the debt relief. And also common framework is not taking up. So are we on the verge of again passing through a lost decade? And do we need to go for the initiative to first reduce the debate with haircuts and infuse the money for development finance? Thank you.
Yeah.
I can take it. So, thank you for this question. I think the best would be to talk to Manuela over the coffee on the common framework because she's sitting on this. But what I want to say that at least from the World Bank side, there is, you probably have heard about the new strategy of the overall World Bank evolution roadmap that is trying to set new goals, and one of them is domestic revenue mobilization. So together with the increase of bank capital, we will require countries to actually make substantial progress on domestic revenue mobilization. Part of that proposal is to I presented some of these analytics that would feed into diagnostic, but it will not stop at diagnostic. We want to measure also results as we have this country partnership framework that means that we have strategy with each country discussed every 4 years. And in the countries where the domestic revenue mobilization is low, this would be obligatory for us to discuss with the governments how to increase domestic revenue mobilization, which means then it would fit to our overall engagement strategy and our lending strategy. So in this way, we try to make a commitment that on the World Bank side, we would try to, push for the DRM agenda. And on the diagnostic side, we would inform country what is possible to be done. Of course, at the end of the day, it's a country decision on some of these reforms, and it should be like that. But this time, we are taking part of this evolution, focusing on also some concrete steps that would lead us to results. But on the common framework, I think the best is to talk to Manuela because she is every day discussing these questions and trying to see how to make progress, not to see the lost decade. So maybe I'll stop at this.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you very much. This question is for you, Emilia. I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly. So as you had rightly mentioned in your session, that a lot of sub-Saharan African countries are below or are not up to speed with the SDG goals. Now my question is, how can the World Bank, create frameworks that can support them to get up to speed? And do you think that the countries who are obviously heavily dependent on fossil fuel, do you think that, hang on, I wrote it down. Do you think that imposing carbon taxes would help them alleviate, emission issues, bearing in mind that they are already low income earning countries? So imposing these taxes, you think it's going to help them? Thank you.
So look, I think that SDG discussion is very broad. So we here represent one part of this discussion that is related, to fiscal policy, which and other our colleagues are looking on the education, on health, on infrastructure, nutrition. So the whole World Bank strategy in the Sub-Saharan Africa is geared towards making progress on the SDGs. And we try to, based on the country priorities and discussions with the government, set up the lines of top 3, top 5 issues that we try to help address. But World Bank comes with this diagnostic work and with the lending. And at the end of the day, of course, we are kind of advisors. Yeah, we don't push country to do certain things. It's country decisions. On the fiscal policy side, our program in Sub-Saharan Africa is huge, and more countries are coming to us asking for advice. How to increase revenue potential, how to increase spending efficiency, how to reduce the size of the indebtedness, and the reduction of debt is something that you work on nominator and denominator. So you have to also work on growth. Because on the fiscal adjustment will not be enough. These countries need to also grow sustainably, not be volatile. So this is what World Bank is advising in these countries in broad sense. Yeah. On your question, more specifically on the carbon taxation. Look, I don't think we are in a position to advise only carbon taxes. I tried, maybe I was going too quickly, but what I think it's important to provide a price signal because this price signal is important because it's encouraging private investment also into green activities. And if we continue to subsidize brown activities, you will not create, in a sense, market for alternative. So in many countries, we start from looking at how fossil fuel is taxed to the excise. And in a lot of African countries, it's pretty well taxed. The problem what we see in particular in Africa is that the level of subsidization of the brown activities. So you have an excise taxes that are relatively high, but you have the subsidies that offset that signal. No? So in many countries in that region, we are focusing on fossil fuel subsidy reform, and there are good examples. Maybe not exactly from that set of countries, but you've seen how Angola did with the subsidy reform. So of course it's a politically difficult process, but once it started, we have been supporting Angola both on the technical assistance, but also in terms of the lending support. Because if you take out some of these subsidies, there's also distribution impact of those. So you need to maybe compensate for a while. What I want to finish with, I spent some part of my assignment before I joined this unit in India. And then, Delhi is the most polluted city, one of the most polluted city. And there was a lot of discussion about carbon tax. But a lot of developing countries feel that, before carbon tax would be introduced, you need to figure out the subsidies that are feeding the distribution system, startup enterprises that are going not to transmit properly the signal that would come from the tax. So it is not enough only to think about tax, but about distribution, energy generation, and alternatives. We know that a lot of countries invest in the renewables, but not at that level that would be enough completely to replace fossil fuels. So there's also a transition strategy needed. So I hope it answers.
Thank you very much. In this session, we have heard a lot of proposals which are very interesting and practical, and we can have more time. I hope we can have more time for discussion, but I'm afraid that we have to wrap up this session. And we'll have a small coffee break. And we'll start the next presentation at 11:45. So we'll have a small coffee break. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the productive session. We'll now take a short break for 15 minutes, that is. Coffee and refreshments are prepared outside of the lobby, so please do enjoy. And please be back by 15 minutes, which is 12 o'clock. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and hope you enjoyed your break. We will now begin with session 2 of first KDI-School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. Now, the topic for this session is designing growth policies. We have two esteemed speakers joining us virtually through video, and we have Mr. Federico Gil-Sander, Global Practice Manager of Global Macro and Debt Unit of World Bank, and Ms. E. Katrina Vostronotova, Lead Economist and Program Leader for Global Macro and Debt at the World Bank as well. But first, let us connect with Mr. Federico Gil-Sander, Global Practice Manager of Global Macro and Debt Unit of the World Bank. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
I assume you are hearing me well. So I'm Federico. I very much would have liked to be there with you. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of the work that we are doing on economic growth and the new, growth agenda, the revamped, reinvigorated growth agenda of the World Bank. And so this is what I will present as a means of an introduction. I will tell us a little bit about what my unit at the World Bank is doing to revigorate the growth agenda. And then I'll pass to my colleague, Katya, to discuss in some more detail some of the findings of the upcoming World Development Report, which is on growth, especially middle-income countries. And I will also explain what is the link between this revigorated growth agenda, which is very much linked to job creation, and some of the findings of the WDR that Katya will be presenting. If we can go to the next slide, I probably should have control over this, but maybe if yes, thank you very much. So next slide. Thank you very much. So we have over the past, even maybe less than 6 months, put together a new growth team in my unit, which is under the Global Macroeconomics Trade and Investment unit. We have two subunits. There's the unit that Emilia leads, which works on fiscal policy, tax policy, and its implications for growth. And then my unit looks at issues related to debt. So very much I was hearing some of the questions on the common framework, but today I will talk about the other very important side of the unit that I look at, which is on economic growth and job creation. And what are some of the macroeconomic policies that lead to growth and job creation? So one of the key kind of pillars of our kind of revamped approach to looking at economic growth and job creation is to also revamp and upgrade the World Bank's core diagnostic on economic growth, which is known as the Country Economic Memorandum. We've had several kind of iterations of the Country Economic Memorandum, and we are now working on what we call the Country Economic Memorandum 3.0, which will be renamed as the Country Growth and Jobs Report. And this is to emphasize that the reason that we care about economic growth in terms of the World Bank's mission of promoting shared prosperity on a livable planet, promoting shared prosperity and eliminating poverty on a livable planet, is that jobs is really the main intermediary between growth and that final objective. It is through the creation of jobs that economic growth leads to shared prosperity and poverty reduction. At the same time, you cannot really achieve shared prosperity and poverty reduction without economic growth that creates good jobs for people to exit poverty. So for that, we are now taking this publication, which is a standard publication, and we are making a number of enhancements to it to make it more useful. So first of all, we are actually bringing new growth literature into this new publication. So we're making sure that not only country teams look at doing the usual macroeconomic diagnostics, many of you must have done, the kind of productivity decomposition, the TFP growth, looking at things at the macro level, structural transformation, but also bring in a lot of the new literature on what are the drivers of firm level performance. Because ultimately the TFP growth, and the job creation actually happens at the firm level. So, because we are the macroeconomics team, we are in the unique position of being a little bit of the chefs of putting together and looking at all of the ingredients of economic growth, all the way from the macro recipe to the micro ingredients of how do you actually get the best ingredients in the case, how do you actually get firms that are growing fast and creating growth. And this is precisely, where the WDR fits in. Katya is a key member of the WDR team, and that actually is that report aims to bring precisely some of that angle of looking at not only at the macroeconomics of growth in middle income countries, but also at what will it take for the firm. So bringing in both the micro and the macro together into one piece. The other really important thing, which I think it's also part of the focus of the WDR, is to really add a policy link to the report. So not only is it enough to have some diagnostics and understand what are the big bottlenecks to growth, but in particular, so what should policymakers do about it? So we want to really have a specific chapter with a policy matrix that will draw from the analysis of the report and directly be able to guide policymakers into what are the kinds of policy reforms that are going to be needed for the economy to actually accelerate growth and create more jobs. And in order to do that, and now going back and forth between some of the diagnostics and the policy recommendations, to improve the toolkit, again, to bring what is the kind of the newest innovations in the growth literature to this core World Bank report, so that country teams actually have all of those tools available to them. And I will actually discuss in a couple of minutes two tools to give you an example, to give you a flavor of what we mean by tools and data for growth analysis. I mentioned the strengthening of the link between analytical work and operations, so not only to be able to discuss with policymakers directly what are the policies, but also discuss that in the context of World Bank operations such as development policy operations. So now the next slide, I think that I already mentioned a little bit about the country growth and jobs report. It's going to be a strategy for countries to generate economic growth and jobs, for poverty reduction, shared prosperity. Now, this next point is very important because you remember that the updated goal of the World Bank is to eliminate poverty and promote shared prosperity on a livable planet. So here we actually must mainstream notions of how the growth needs to be green growth. So climate change needs to be mainstreamed, as well as gender dimensions. How do we actually bring growth to everyone, both men and women, so that women can fully participate, both contribute and benefit from the growth process, as well as taking into account fragility, which in many circumstances undermines the growth process. Here is also important to note that the country growth and jobs report is complementary to the country climate and development report, the CCDR, which you may have heard about, which is probably the newest World Bank analytical product. So whereas the country climate and development report focuses on how to achieve climate goals in a manner that is consistent with growth and development, and so of course there is a conversation with the country growth and jobs report, the main focus of the country and jobs report is how to achieve economic growth in a way that is also sensitive to climate change, and that also takes into account all of the trends that climate change brings, including both from the industry perspective, but also from the perspective of the impact to the economy. So I mentioned the policy focus, so we can go to the next slide. So you see a lot on policy focus because that's very important. Jobs focus, new tools. And so this slide, I will take the opportunity to emphasize some of the new data. And that goes back to my initial point that if we think about 20 or 30 years ago, only very advanced economies had firm level data, and not a lot of analysis had been developed, not a lot of tools have been developed to analyze such data. But now we actually have a lot more data on firms. We have a lot more data on households and on the jobs that people do based on household surveys. So part of what we want to do in these upgrades is to precisely bring in and curate some of this new data. One of the key sources of data is actually from the World Bank. And I, in fact, started at the World Bank looking at what were called the investment climate assessments, which are based on enterprise surveys. So these surveys, actually the World Bank does them for many, many countries. It's obviously, costly to do firm level surveys, so the World Bank doesn't do it every year. But as part of the revamped, the new kind of upgraded version of what used to be the Doing Business report, which is going to be called Be Ready. Part of what that team is going to be doing is going to be also collecting a lot more, expanding on the effort of the enterprise surveys and collecting a lot more firm level data. And we, of course, want to use that data and make that available to this new diagnostic. So next slide. So here I will start giving you a couple of examples of what we mean. What are some of these new tools and new analysis that we want to make available and we want to see in many of the new World Bank growth and jobs reports going forward. So for example, we want to look at the potential impact of reforms at the diagnostic stage of the CEMs before we do an in-depth growth analysis in some of the topical chapters. So two of the tools provide some support for this work. In this first tool, we look at the decomposition of growth drivers by good policy or good luck, by comparing the growth effects from external factors, such as commodity prices and other terms of trade, structural policies, or stabilization policies. For the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, we see that the resource-rich countries on the left side, the ones with the bigger red bars, have had a lot of growth attributed to external factors, while others have growth attributed to structural reforms. And in fact, you see that some of the well-performing countries like Chile, they both benefited from good luck as well as good policies, and that's where you actually get some of the highest levels of growth. And in some countries, where even maybe they didn't have as much good luck. If we look at the case of El Salvador, for example, in this sample, or Costa Rica, they had fairly robust growth thanks to reforms as opposed to good luck. So this actually is one of the diagnostics that precisely brings the kind of the policy angle to the CEM. We go to the next slide. So this is another tool to set one of the diagnostic tools to help set the ambition of reforms that are being undertaken. So in the previous slide, we noticed in very aggregate terms, how much of the growth could be attributed to structural reforms or good policies versus good luck. But now let's be a bit more granular and think about, what are some of the specific structural reforms that one can do? And for those specific reforms, how much can we expect in terms of bang for the buck, right? So here we can set an aspirational country, which the current country that we're analyzing would like to model in the next 20 years in terms of structural reforms. So let's say that, I am a lower middle income country and I want to have a government which is as effective as Korea. So I could set, for example, Korea as the aspirational country for my country in the period of 20 years. We then look at a hypothetical scenario where the current country, the current lower middle income country, sets the goal to converge to the target country, in my example, Korea, on the outcomes of structural reforms. Human capital accumulation, for example, where Korea really has been a great example. The x-axis of this chart shows how far the country currently is from the target, right? So negative means that it's better than the target country of that indicator. And the y-axis is what the annual growth benefit will be if the country actually catches up with the target country on structural reforms in the next 20 years. So here we can see that this country is very far away in terms of government effectiveness, financial development, regulatory quality, or the availability of latest technologies. But the biggest bang for the buck is on improving government effectiveness. And that's actually quite intuitive. If we think that this may be a lower income country, or actually it's not, it's even not that low income, it's Serbia, sorry, it says there. So even for a country like Serbia, which is a fairly advanced middle income countries, the biggest bang for the buck doesn't come from getting the latest technologies that are available, in this case of the figure itself, Germany, but rather from having a government which is as effective. So that gives you an idea, and it will help countries assess and also prioritize. So here, clearly, the priority is on government effectiveness or human capital or financial development, as opposed to availability of latest reforms or even trade tariffs. This kind of chart also helps us understand which policy areas have the potential to give more growth benefits, and I think that we already went through that. Next slide. So in order to look at this policy impacts, we're going to be providing tools such as the ones that I mentioned. We're going to be ending the report on a policy matrix. And in this slide, I want to discuss just a little bit what we're doing in terms of upgrading also our macro modeling. Right, so within my unit, we have the team that prepares, twice a year during the World Bank annual meetings and the World Bank spring meetings, the macro poverty outlook, which is a country-by-country analysis, which is based on an economic model for forecasting of those, the near-term economic growth of those countries. And in fact, the model tends to perform quite well. So sometimes not many people have seen the macro poverty outlook, but it's actually fairly good country-level forecast and a snapshot that is produced twice a year. So we are taking that model, which was designed for a kind of a 3 to 5 year horizon, and we are adapting it to looking at more of the kind of the medium-term horizon, which is relevant for looking at questions of economic growth. So questions of economic growth and job creation. So we are incorporating structural transformation and job creation into our macroeconomic model so that it can serve as kind of as a backbone for some of the analysis that is going to be produced in the new country growth and jobs and growth report, and also to allow this report to have some standardized tables where you can quickly go and see, what is based on the scenario of the policy reforms, based on demographics, based on scenarios for investment, what can be expected in terms of longer-term growth rates, as well as jobs across different sectors, as well as some measure of the quantity of good jobs which we're still developing. So a lot of new and exciting things that we're working on. This is work that essentially we started, the work on economic growth has been going on at the World Bank for a long time, but within the unit, in terms of this revamping of the CEM 3.0 and the emergence of the growth and jobs report, it has been relatively recent. So we're very excited about all this work and look forward to actually telling you more about some of the pilot countries in a few months, hopefully. But now let me pass to Katya, who can discuss some of the kind of the finding of linking growth analysis to policy from the CM to the WDR. Thank you very much. Now on to you, Katya.
Thank you, Federico. So let me continue a little bit with how we are thinking about linking growth analysis with policy. And I don't seem to be able to change my slide. Oh, here it is. So one of the main questions that we ask constantly in our job is, why do some countries grow? And I want to highlight that to me, after having worked on growth for a while, this is really the question. It's not about why some countries do not grow. It's actually why some countries manage and succeed to have the sustained growth. So I have 3 examples here of countries that had been at the same level of income at certain point, but then had very diverging trajectories. So one is, of course, very famous, is South Korea and the Philippines. So we're very similar in the 1960s, and then have diverged quite a bit in growth in GDP per capita and constant prices. Mainly, I guess, due to policies. So we'll discuss that a little bit later. And then there are many other examples. So I have the example of Botswana and Zimbabwe on top, on the right, and then the example of Rwanda and Burundi. So, which were for a while very similar GDP per capita, and then had diverged also due to policies. And so another question that we ask is, how do countries grow exactly? So, for example, one could notice that a growth and level of development kind of correlated in some way, right? So in this chart, just to kind of give you a flavor of that, is you see these 2 groups of countries, kind of on the upper curve, right? You have the famous countries in terms of growth is Singapore, Korea, and Japan. And so you see that they kind of grow quite quickly at the middle income stage, but then as they progress towards the high income, growth slows down as they approach the frontier, the technological frontier. Also, there is another group of countries, and you probably want to be in the first group, but not everybody manages to do that. So you see in the lower kind of curve, you also see a similar dynamics in terms of dependence on the level of development, but you see a bit lower growth rates, and there I have India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And so kind of this gives you some flavor of perhaps policies should be also different with level of development, and this is a big part of the WDR and how we kind of try to do a taxonomy of policies and think through what policies matter the most. For example, one of the main stylized facts we have is that there's a changing pattern of growth. So you can see in this chart that at low income, it's a physical capital per worker that matters more, and then you can see that the role of total factor productivity is increasing with income. So based on this and other stylized facts in the WDR, we basically make this framework where we'll look at changing patterns of innovation, because we think innovation is very important for growth, and also we look at that in detail. But I wanted to show you this, so we kind of look, depending on level level of development, we'll look at different stages in innovation. So in the low income and lower middle income countries, you have this deepening, the capital deepening, more investment, and then in the next stage, you have a bit more, you still continue the capital deepening, but then you have diffusion and basically imitation, innovation by imitation. Things, firms are adopting technologies that are new to the firm, but are not new globally, etc. And then that is a very important stage, because the switch happens between kind of depending on more on capital and depending more on productivity for growth. And then in the very last stage of middle income and then going to high income is the productivity that matters more. And it's all about frontier innovation as you go to the frontier. And then I have this chart, and they have also pictures to kind of illustrate the stages of development. So you see that at the left-hand side in the capital deepening, you still need infrastructure and education and all the basic things, right? And get the markets right. And then in the middle stage, I have these charts, which I think, these pictures, which I think are very illustrative actually from Korean development. So Samsung used to be a noodle producing company, right? And then by licensing technology from Sanyo and producing televisions, then it kind of became a much more technologically advanced company, and eventually became one of the famous companies globally as well. And then and so Korea is kind of on the right hand side, and that's where many countries would like to be. But then the question is, how do you get there, I guess? And so one concept that report also builds on is this concept of middle income trap, where we say, well, if you look at in this chart, if you look at the country's per capita income relative to the United States in 1960, that's on the x-axis, on the horizontal axis, and then you look at the same country in 2008, so basically countries that are above the 45-degree line, and you see those kind of colored in blue, those are countries that graduated between 1960 and 2008 from middle income into high income countries. And then countries that are in the middle quadrant, you could say they're in the middle income trap. So basically, you kind of want to know, what does it mean, right? And mostly this is concept that is linked to policy and ability to make a policy switch. So that's how we look at it, not necessarily in terms of levels of income per capita or changing the income per capita, although that's the outcome. But mostly we'll look at it from this perspective. So middle income trap is an inability to switch policy depending on level of development. So I have this arrow here, and so basically it's imitation. When you're switching from imitation to frontier innovation, something doesn't work, or for some reason this this doesn't happen, and these are the countries that get a little bit stuck in the middle income, mostly. So also on kind of around innovation policy or innovation outcome is not the only thing that kind of defines your growth strategy or how you think about the growth strategy. So on the one hand, on the left-hand side, you have by income level, the same thing I was saying before. So there's investment and capital deepening stage, there's the imitation stage, and then there is a frontier innovation stage. But then the complementary policy also change with the level of development. So for example, at the low income and low middle income is market creation and maybe learning by importing that matter more, or that start developing. Then eventually you have scaling up. So companies enter in the first stage and then they kind of grow, more productive firms start growing, emerge, etc., and scale up. And then maybe on trade side is more about starting to export and starting to participate in the value chains. And then at the third stage, closer to the high income, you have domestic and external pressures to discipline incumbents, which become important. So basically trade and competition policy become more important in how they stimulate innovation by incumbents, because incumbents are those that are the most capable to do innovation given their size and experience. So in the report, in the World Development Report of 2024, we start by looking at distortions and growth. So here are some stylized facts. So we'll look at several countries that had growth acceleration. So on the left-hand side up there, I have a chart that shows distortions decline with development. So on the x-axis is the GDP per capita measure, and on the y-axis is productivity-dependent distortion. So you see that countries like Ethiopia and Kenya have high distortions that affect their productivity, and countries like Finland and France have higher GDP and lower distortions, right? So we kind of try to exploit this fact and look at what are distortions exactly, how they manifest themselves, and what does that mean for policy. So on the right-hand side, I have two charts. So one is the growth acceleration. So basically, and this is for three countries that we are studying more in depth, so China, India, and Chile. So you can see that these countries have had some growth accelerations. And on the right-hand side, at the same time, I have what did that mean for productivity-dependent distortions. And you see that with the growth accelerations, you have also reduction in distortions. So in a way, this is a hint for policy that if you could reduce distortions, that perhaps would bring you growth. And that's, but then the question is, what are those policies that reduce distortions? And so also reductions in distortions will stimulate firm employment growth. So Federico mentioned in the beginning the importance of that, and that policies to stimulation of growth also increase employment. So one feature of high distortions that you can see on the left-hand side is that the distribution of firms, so basically developing countries and middle-income countries with high distortions usually have too many small firms, so they don't have enough large firms. You see in the USA, there are quite a bit of large firms, so employment size and on the x-axis, right? And the more to the right you go, the bigger the firms. So USA has some of firms there, and then it has some small firms as well. But then if you look at these countries as India, Mexico, and Peru, you see they have way more small firms. And it's not on the chart, but one of the other things that we notice is that these firms are also old. So there are a lot of old small firms, meaning the firms had entered and they never grew, and they remained small throughout their life cycle, which is an indication that maybe creative destruction doesn't really work properly. So firms that are not productive don't exit, and firms that are productive for some reason do not grow. Or maybe there are no incentives for growth of firms. But when firms do grow, then on the right-hand side, I have an example from some of the India's firms, some of their technology giants. And you can see that when they do grow, then they can create quite a bit of employment. And so the shift from kind of high distortions in these countries the left-hand side, right, that have too many small firms, if these firms or productive firms amongst those small firms had grown, you can shift to this USA situation where you would actually create more and more formal employment as well. So one way then how we look at policy, sorry, this is very complicated chart, but so the main kind of premise, so we'll look at this distortion index that we already looked at in the previous chart, and you see that in the star countries, Chile, China, and India, you can see distortions going down. At the same time, in the same exact years, if you look at policy indices, and I only have two here, for example, on top right, and so basically you see at the same time as distortions are going down, trade liberalization index goes up. So there is trade is more liberalized, and as I mentioned before, this is kind of a contestability device where you can discipline your firms to be better. That's through trade. And second is product market liberalization index. So basically, it's better competition also at the same time. Well, maybe, yeah, except maybe China is a bit stagnant, but India and Chile at this time are improving. And then we've looked at other things. And so labor market policies are amongst those that do not correlate so much with reduction in distortions, but there are reasons for that, I guess, as well, we can discuss. So one of the kind of characteristics, right, of growth and creative destruction working well, and maybe objectives of policy, right, is to improve technology absorption. That's what happens in the middle of this of the middle income level, I guess. So on this chart, I wanted to show you kind of how this happens. So we have a spotlight in the WDR on the telecom sector. So on the top picture, so up there, right, I have two countries. I have Egypt on the left and I have Japan on the right. And this chart just shows how the 2G technology changes to 3G and changes to 4G. So if you look at Japan, so here you can see that Japan, as 2G technology kind of goes down in use, immediately you have 3G technology developing and taking over the market. And as 3G kind of goes down, then 4G comes up. And then as 4G goes down, the 5G comes in, right? And so you can see these beautiful curves here as how these technologies basically take over from each other very quickly. But and this basically shows very quick technology absorption. But then you look at the left-hand side for Egypt, you see a very messy chart, right? So at the same time, basically you have, Egypt had the same technologies available, but yet 2G lingers and lingers, right? And also almost never goes away. 3G very slowly develops, 4G also extremely slowly develops, and that this country hasn't gotten in the same period of time to 5G technology. So one of the things the spotlight looks at is competition policy. And basically, if you look at the lower chart, part of the chart, in the telecom sector, 4 companies is very common. Many countries just have four companies in the telecom sector. So it's not about how many companies you have, but how many times the leading company can change, right? So you see in Egypt, all companies keeping their market shares. Nothing is changing. But then for Japan, even though it also has only 4 companies, first you have entry of one company, but you also have this leading market shares changing between 2 leading companies as well. We kind of emphasize the role of competition policy for technology absorption in the countries. Another kind of way how we look at competition policy in incentivizing incumbent innovation. So there is this paper that we did not develop, but it's available. Basically shows that the more connected firms are, the less they innovate. So, but that's for Italy. So there are patent data available. So in this chart, you see this chart from Axegit et al. To 2023. So basically see firms that are market leaders, that are very connected, they innovate much less than other firms. So that is really what you're going to try to avoid once you're moving towards frontier innovation. So you really need to develop ways of how to discipline these firms that have huge incentives to not to innovate, but actually use their market power and other things to distort the market. So basically, this is one of the main principles that we look for in policy, is how do you fix creative destruction when you get more to that side of where innovation becomes much more important, or where the frontier innovation becomes more important. So on the left-hand side, you see this picture where the incumbent is big, right? And it kind of closed the market. So while entrants want to enter the market, it doesn't let them do so. And so incumbents kind of protect their markets and do not let the entrant in. So they're kind of pushing in the different directions, and technology frontier doesn't shift. So just like in Egypt. And then on the right-hand side, and that's where everybody wants to go, right, is where entry is, is not constrained by the incumbent. So in this case, when entrants enter the market, they can compete with the incumbent. And then from that competition, you have competition on innovation, and then technology frontier of the country shifts you're right, and then at some point can catch up with the global technology frontier. So we are looking in the WDR at some ways to how you could do this. One of which is competition policy, and here's an example from one of the papers that we also did for the Latin America report. It's a bit of a convoluted chart, but just wanted to show you how it actually a competition policy can actually impact on productivity. So on the left-hand side, you see 3 countries, Chile, Uruguay, and Colombia, where there has been antitrust enforcement, so basically breaking up of cartels, or punishing dominant behavior, like anti-competitive behavior by dominant firms. So you can see that improves TFP, but that improves TFP of the leading firms, not of all firms. So basically, the enforcement of competition incentivizes incumbent firms. And we have other charts where it's about old firms, mostly those that are disciplined. You can see that this enforcement of competition does incentivize these incumbents to increase TFP. And then on the right-hand side, we had data for Chile for innovation, and you can see that every kind of innovation is increasing for firms that are 25 years and above in Chile following this antitrust enforcement. So basically shows that this TFP increases are not just TFP increases for whatever reason, but they're actually driven by innovation, by these incumbents, by older firms, by larger firms, and by leading firms in productivity sense. So that's just an empirical evidence that these policies can actually work. But then that's not everything, right? So there are kind of two sides for the technology adoption. So for example, this is an example from Mexico, and it's a paper by colleagues from the World Bank from 2016. Basically, you see that even though all firms in Mexico have access to computers, only firms that are in high competition with China, in this case with China, they actually use them to increase productivity. So other firms that are in low competition environment, they do have computers, but they do not use them to increase productivity. So there is this connection between innovation policy and competition policy coming from these two sides. So more competition increases innovation and vice versa. So basically in the WDR, we then look at these two themes, two threads in policy. We think that 2 key changes are needed in growth policy as you kind of move along the income per capita. So one is from distortive and direct support policies to more horizontal policies. An example I'll make in the next slide is basically, for example, size-dependent policies decline with income level. And the second is tailoring policies to income level. So an example would be that in many countries that aspire to be higher middle income, or in some middle income countries, the government decides that they need to support R&D because that's how they will increase productivity and become, something like Korea. And then studies show that these R&D subsidies are very often do not lead to productivity increases, and actually just a waste of money because there is no infrastructure that would support this innovation. So basically need to move in stages in the exact same way as Korea did in order for these policies to be effective. So This is some of the examples we have, so from different papers. So one is basically, if you look at regulatory distortions induced by the state, you could see them declining on the left-hand side with income per capita. And then if you look in this other paper also from colleagues from the World Bank, you see that production and efficient size-dependent tax enforcement policies also decline. So basically, large firms are taxed less, or with the level of development. So size-dependent policies decline. And then on the last example, the proportion of size-dependent policies in direct support programs also declines with level of income. So basically, they kind of go hand in hand, coming from the direct support to more horizontal policies. They come hand in hand with growth. So this is the same thing said maybe in the more systematic way, but basically you kind of move from market development or directed market development, where state-owned enterprises have different functions, not just production function, but also social functions, etc. Then you move a little bit next to picking winners, perhaps. So you have very directed sector policies. Then eventually you move to much better policies that you decide, okay, those policies that have externalities are actually much more important and effective. And then once your income grows, then you have more horizontal policies. And then you have kind of competition safeguards. So we can talk about this later. So this is the framework for the WDR, more or less. So we already discussed this policy priorities of invest and imitate, and then invest, imitate, and innovate. And then kind of on the supporting policies, the priorities change from expanding economic freedoms for market opportunities, so creating markets, creating factor markets, etc. And capital and investment, you go to promoting merit activities, meaning productive firms grow for productive expansion of enterprises. And then you move to discipline incumbents, so to ensure that they do innovate. And it's not to say that at each step only these policies matter. So it's like a ladder, right? So these policies matter always. Then the middle portion, just steps in at a certain level of income, but then it stays as a priority. It's just that the kind of the new policy shifts change, I guess. And so what we then focus on mostly in the policy chapter is to see that how can you introduce contestability into industrial policy. So together with all these horizontal efforts, right, together with efforts to improve factor markets, provide improve education, you do have always industrial policy as well. And what are the features of this industrial policy that would be successful to accompany your growth strategy? So here we look a lot up to Korea. And there's a lot written about this, but just want to mention a couple of things. So one is this contestability enters. So we know chaeballs, right? You can also talk about kind of the pros and cons and what that means for the economy. But one huge policy change or huge policy feature that Korea has and other countries that have SOEs or large conglomerates do not have, or didn't have maybe at the same level of development, is that the government disciplined these chaeballs by mandating exports, right? So if you mandate exports and these firms have to compete on international markets, then that kind of puts this incumbents discipline on them, and then they cannot, they would focus on that. And then those markets are much bigger, the technology frontier is much higher, etc. And so they would compete with other firms in those export markets, and that would be a good thing for domestic markets. And second is this, that policies were constantly tailored to level of development in Korea. So as you know, the Korean colleagues I'm sure know better than I do, the state-led growth in partnership with chaeballs, and then for the imitation capital accumulation stage, and then the model shifted to more market-driven growth model. Actually, there were a lot of reforms for competition policy, so that ensured contestability. And direct support policies also shifted. I have an example on next page, and that's one of my last slides. And then as discussion unfolded today on the fiscal policy, so yeah, this is where you kind of think, when is it time to reduce direct support to powerful incumbents? And when is it time to push more on competition policy? And when it is time to push more on R&D or other frontier innovation support policy? So this is one of the examples we use. This is from, sorry, I didn't put, from ATIS, Sinatis and Shim. So they have this is a very beautiful chart, I think, that illustrates this change in policies that Korea tailored its policies, including direct support, to level of development. So you see that the subsidies for technology adoption decline gradually with development, while the subsidies for innovation increase. And that's exactly what we would want to do. And that's exactly the policy that would be effective, because in the beginning, innovation subsidies would not be very effective, but adoption subsidies would be. And so this switch is really key to kind of industrial policy that is tailored to the level of development. And so basically, and then in WDR, we look at these different areas of policies and kind of see how they should change with level of development. And then we provide some specific examples of how other countries did it. And I already mentioned, so I don't want to go in there. And this is my last slide. So I just wanted to also come back to what Federico was saying in the beginning, right? To kind of all this many charts on industrial policy and growth that I gave you, but basically circle it back to what Federico was saying on the importance of having a deliberate growth strategy. So these are pictures actually from Dr. An, who was speaking earlier today, and this is from his paper that he wrote for our Serbia CEM in 2019, and these were very powerful slides for me, and there are many more other much more informative on Korea's growth strategy, but this always stayed with me because I think it illustrates how important it is to have a growth strategy and for implementation and for the people to understand it and everybody to kind of fall behind it, which we don't have in all of the countries that we're working in. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sander and Ms. Snerotova, for paving the way for understanding the circumstances involved in crafting policies for sustainable growth. Thank you once again for your wonderful presentations. Now, I would like to introduce our designated discussant, Dr. Tabakis Chrysostomas, professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, specializing in international trade. Please welcome Professor with a big round of applause.
Oh, thank you very much. I apologize for my voice. I'm still what is left from a cold I had last week. I'm fine now, but my voice is still a bit coarse. I'm sorry for that. It's a great pleasure to be here and a great honor. And I think this is a very interesting workshop. I have learned a lot. And I'm very happy to actually see many of my students here who, after a tough semester, tough final, they're here to learn more. So that's the right spirit. Thank you. So I got this presentation material yesterday, so I didn't have a lot of time to do many things, but I want to share a few thoughts. First of all, I think this was a very interesting and insightful presentation. I think had very valuable lessons for academics and policymakers in developed and developing countries. And there were very important insights into, let's say, the changing patterns of growth, capital versus TFP, drivers of growth, ramifications of distortions, implications of competition policy and increased competition, and also policy priorities by level of development. So all of these were very interesting. So I will just share a few thoughts after looking at these slides. I think the first thing is one, I wouldn't say missing, but the one important thing that we should all think about is shared prosperity, income inequality. We know this has been increasing. I just found this from the Brookings Institute. The author is Qureshi. This shows the richest 10% income share, both developed, advanced, and emerging economies. I mean, the picture is clear. Inequality in many places is increasing. COVID didn't help. So this is something we need to think about carefully, because growth is important, and of course we understand maybe to combat poverty, to increase prosperity, we need growth, but also we need to have more equitably distributed growth. And for example, if we don't do that, there can be very adverse consequences even for growth. There is literature showing, for example, how inequality is linked to support for populist parties. And there are many studies on this in the political science literature, in the economics literature. And of course, I don't need to convince you, if you have populist parties, most likely this is not very good for growth. So this is something we need to think about carefully. I saw a key upgrade of CEM 3.0 is the tools to distill the implication of economic growth in job creation, job quality measures. I was very happy to see this discussion about job quality, because very often we talk about employment and employment, but the quality of job also is very important. Not only because of life satisfaction, but also like even productivity. I'm interested, because I couldn't find the presentation, what measures of job quality are included in this. I would be curious to learn more about that. I also recently saw a paper by Acemoglu and Restrepo, because also we need to think about also the future of labor in general, because we know technological change has been biased towards automation. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but this has implications for labor and for prosperity. And also AI is moving in a certain direction, and there is this maybe call from Acemoglu and Restrepo that, of course, we shouldn't stop AI, but we should think about the direction of AI, because we cannot forget about labor and what direction AI should take. Again, it's food for thought. Many of the things discussed, structural reforms, distortions, competition, of course, are linked to institutions and deeper institutional reforms. And we do know that not all institutions are created equal. Some are more important than others. This has been shown in the literature. But we do know that institutional strengthening and, let's say, removing distortions is very difficult, and it takes a lot of time. So what can we do? I don't know, maybe there is some discussion, maybe we can look for some kind of smart institutional reforms in the short run, maybe some kind of low-hanging fruits to get some quick wins, and then this might actually help bring about more reforms. For example, a good example is Chile's budget system. Everybody talks about how that is done well there. Also, I saw Botswana. Botswana is managing very well I think it's called Pula, the Pula Fund, about the diamonds. So things can be done. Also, politics matter. Special interest groups matter a lot. Many of these things are not easy to do, to implement. I got a couple of days ago from one of my friends in DC, Chad Bown, who's at the Peterson Institute, some information. So in any given year, about 10 to 15,000 people work in Washington's $4 billion lobbying industry. This is a big industry. I'm not saying it's not important, but it can also prevent removing distortions. And actually, exactly because politics matter, special interest groups matter, actually this might actually explain maybe why some countries are actually trapped in this middle income trap. And of course, talking about reforms of institutions, being a trade economist, I cannot forget about international institutions. WTO is in need of serious reform. We know that, and there has been a lot of problems in dealing with that. I have a minor question, it's from the presentation. I see they find a positive sign for the labor market liberalization in this table 2 when they look at this distortions index, and it seems that labor market reforms don't help. Actually, they move this in the opposite direction, so I was curious about that. What is the intuition about that? And finally, last but not least, there's a very interesting discussion about changing policy priorities with the level of development. But one thing I think it's important is also to think about, given whatever level of development and whatever priorities, policy coherence is also important. Because very often you see in countries policies that are basically contradicting each other, they are counteracting each other. So there's an interesting paper by Danny Roderick that he tried to analyze export subsidization programs in 6 countries: Korea, Brazil, Kenya, Bolivia, India, and Turkey. And he saw one of the main factors explaining the success or failure of these programs was exactly this policy coherence. But very often, policy coherence doesn't mean you cannot change your policy, but it means your priorities should be clear and the priorities should not be contradicting each other. So I think there's some important lessons to learn from that too. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for your sharing your thought-provoking opinions with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with our discussion as well as our Q&A. We will be needing a few moments to prepare the stage, and we would love to hear from you. If you have any questions or comments regarding to our presentations, please raise your hand and our staff will hand over the mic to you. And now I would like to invite our discussant and our chair up to the stage, as well as our speakers virtually. And if you are ready, Chair, please take the stage.
Thank you very much for insightful presentations by growth team at the World Bank. And also a very informative discussion by Professor Tabakis. First of all, the presenters may respond to the comments by Professor Tabakis. Could you respond?
So, shall I get started, Katya, and then I'll pass it back to you? So one of the very good comments that were made is, how do we define jobs? And this is actually a big conversation that we're having right now, because as I mentioned, the way that I personally like to think about jobs is that it's what intermediates the economic growth and poverty reduction and shared prosperity. So they cannot be just any jobs, because most people in developing countries, they do something. They have income from labor. Right. So if we actually think of jobs as people who have income from labor, many people already have jobs, but maybe those jobs are not sufficient to get them out of poverty. And many of those jobs people, would not consider very dignified jobs. They may not have any kind of protection. They may not even be safe jobs. So I don't think that we want to consider any jobs, but at the same time, we probably don't want to go to the other extreme and think of only formal sector jobs with all kinds of benefits and guarantees as the types of jobs that we would track and that we would find desirable, because there may be other jobs that do not come with all of these things, especially again in developing economies, but which actually provide income, which provide some kind of stability, which are safe enough to generate poverty reduction and share prosperity. So this is still very much of a live debate of where do we end up in this spectrum. I think that clearly, again, not just absolutely any jobs or anyone with labor income, but probably also not, the most formalized and full of jobs with many benefits. But of course, that's going to be something that is very important. And in terms of modeling, I think that right now our focus is to model employment in different sectors, because as we know, the better jobs are going to be created in services and manufacturing and not in agriculture, especially as countries experience structural transformation. So that's one of the clear kind of research agenda right now in terms of expanding the model. But maybe now I pass to Katya for some of the other comments, and then if needed, I can come back. Thanks.
Yes, thanks so much. Excellent comments, and apologies for sending the presentation a bit late, but yeah, you definitely got the maximum out of it. So I wanted to mention two things. So since we're talking about jobs, then maybe a question about the labor market reform. So it was a surprising result for us too, but I guess it's then we looked at kind of how do labor market reforms move, and they actually don't move much. So that's probably the reason, right? There's not many reforms. There are a lot of rigidities in the labor markets, and those do not tend to be corrected because, because it's politically sensitive issues. But so then basically countries develop despite of the rigidities in the labor markets mostly. But yeah, this is something and then if you look at kind of what those changes in the labor market regulations might do to your growth, they actually could have very big impacts, but not many countries do that. So that's one of the directions I think we're also going to try to look at together with our poverty colleagues when we're thinking about reforms for growth, to look at that. And then on institutions, I agree with you. It's a big elephant in the room as always, right? But then unfortunately, there isn't much quantitative things that are done on institutions that we could employ in the CEMs and in analysis of growth. One of the main issues, I think, is that the standard policies, if they apply to bad institutions, so if the institutions are not developed enough to kind of, transmit this to the economy, then these policies would be ineffective or even harmful. So like one example I was giving today was about kind of applying very sophisticated policies to countries where the institutions have not developed enough. And I was making an example of R&D subsidies, but you can think about any other policy, for example. So we are working on this, but I think the progress is a bit slow given that there is not much quantitative literature, but we have written very recently a paper together with Professor Robinson from University of Chicago, where we're trying to quantify the institutional change and how policies might be affecting that, and then vice versa. So hopefully we can make some advances in that direction soon. But I like your idea about what we can do, smart reforms in specific institutions like those you mentioned. So as we think about it, maybe we can employ something like that in the meantime, while we still do not have a huge theory and quantitative analysis. One thing there is that this principle of level of development really matters for policies is also important there. So for example, Federico mentioned that we are mainstreaming fragility into the CEMs. So there we're actually thinking a lot about structural reform implementation, right? And so the different levels of fragility differ also with level of development. So problems with institutions are different, right? So some countries have huge violence, some countries are at war. So these are some specific types of fragility that there can be, institutional change as well. And then other countries, maybe more towards higher middle income, they struggle with other things, like, for example, government procurement or other government effectiveness institutions that affect policies. And then on policy coherence, I also agree with you. And I think that's kind of why we're talking about the growth strategy, right? So because if you have a growth strategy, that should put some discipline on how you think about your different policies. So they all should be coherent with each other. So for example, what I was talking about today is industrial policy then really needs to be coherent with any other growth policy. So if you're having horizontal policies and then you think that you really need to have some kind of industrial policy in the good sense of the word, right, you should think about whether it introduced distortions or not. So for example, size-dependent policies, while you might think that your small and medium enterprises are constrained in finance and you want to provide some direct support to them, you should be really mindful of whether that introduces distortions. So if, for example, your assessment that these enterprises initially were much more financially constrained was not correct, or was not exactly correct for all of them, then you're subsidizing unproductive firms and you're introducing a huge distortion to your economy. So on the one hand side, you're trying to stimulate growth. On the other, you're actually reducing it through this policy. So I think it is very important a point, and thank you for making it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Any comment or question?
I have two short questions.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Where? Yeah, in the back.
Regarding the policy, we are grappling with the definition, in fact, the policy definition. For instance, in Denmark, there is still an issue between, to navigate between the complexity versus the responsiveness of the policy. Likewise, in Switzerland, there's an issue of efficiency versus the responsiveness. So in the sense, we don't have a definition to have the fit for purpose, one size fit for purpose. So in that sense, like what does, the panelists would to actually advise us, like to have a definition corresponding to the level of income or on the basis of national or regional priorities? That is my first question. And the second thing is, in the morning panel, the esteemed speakers highlighted on that natural capital in the sense like total carbon pricing and all. And there was a prominent, statement on that distributional impact. We totally agree. However, to start with, we need a kind of pathways in the sense that the timing and the baseline. So from where to start? So in that overall fiscal framework, where does that total carbon pricing and those natural capital features? So these are my two questions. Thank you.
First question is what kind of objective a policy can have? Is that the first question? Level of income or some specific objective? Is that correct? The second one, I'm sorry, could you rephrase your second question a little bit more?
Sorry, maybe like even the first question, it looks like I'm not really clear. I mean to say like the policy definition generally is in contextual in a sense like it's not really kind of one size fits all. So what does actually the policy definition correspond to a level of income, the low middle income or low income countries?
Oh,
so
I
in a
see,
sense like we really need to have the very clear approach in the definition itself in the overall policy landscape.
Yeah, that's
so number
policy
one.
objective can change depending on the income, the level of development. Is that your first question?
And some has, like policies with a legitimate, in a sense, it is endorsed by a parliament. And some are still policy is kind of a subjective and it remains at the very technical guide. So what does that policy definition means to me? Yeah.
So could you respond to the first question? Policy objective may change depending on the level of development.
Yeah, sure. I can start and then maybe Federico has something to add. I guess the question was more about how you coordinate, right, between policies that change with level of income or development, right, with the national priority. So I guess that's exactly, the question about having this national strategy, growth strategy, where you think about kind of how these policies interact with each other, no? So, and of course, many things. So the framework that I shown, you actually could, if you think a little bit more, you cannot actually pinpoint specific levels of income for each policy change. And we tried that and it didn't work. And why is that? Is because economies are very complex, right? So if you think today we had this discussion, for example, about semiconductors. So semiconductor industry, right? So you would imagine that some of the high technology industries are already more advanced than some of the low technology industries, even within the same country. So then policies that you apply to different industries also should be different, right? So say if you want technology absorption in agriculture, right? Maybe it's still at the low level of technological development. It's one thing and you'll have different policies there. But if you're thinking about another industry that is much more advanced and much closer to frontier of that industry globally, then you're going to have different policies. So you're going to then maybe have much more innovation-based, innovation-driven policies in that industry than in agriculture. So it's a bit difficult, I think. You cannot really be very categorical in when you think about this, because and it's not only level of development that matters, but also structure of economy and all these other things. So it is a difficult act for policymakers, and that's, I think, why it is so difficult to build these growth strategies. But hopefully our research and our work on CEMs and on the WDR kind of gives us some of the pointers towards what works, what doesn't, and so that's the objective. But yes, we don't have the answer for this. And Federico, I'll let him answer on the natural resource question, maybe more, but I wanted to mention on that in connection to industrial policy. So Felipe Aguillon has some series of lectures on this actually on carbon tax. And I just want to mention that it's about policy coordination, right? So he proves, for example, that for developed countries, you cannot just fix these problems because there are too many externalities, there are too many market failures. It's not just one where you don't have green technology absorption, there are others as well. So it's not enough to just have carbon tax to fix these things. So he argues actually for developed countries, not for developing countries, but he argues that you should have carbon tax. And in addition, you should have industrial policy in green industries, because otherwise, if you don't have industrial policy, but very well thought through industrial policy, then carbon tax will be prohibitively high. So you won't be able to implement it. So that's another kind of way in which this policy coherence and coordination is very important from the growth perspective. But I let Federico talk about the natural resource.
Thank you. No, so I think that, of course, the point of how the policy mix needs to be very highly tailored to the country. I think that this is why, it's the country growth and jobs report, right? So it's going to be the the Indonesia or the Philippines country and growth report, because we recognize that each country will have its very unique features, and obviously we want to help provide the tools that help teams organize, some of the analysis, but the specific policy mix is going to be highly country dependent, and I think that this is especially true for resource-rich countries. Where clearly the resource is one big source of comparative advantage, and we have emerging comparative advantage in some of the green minerals for transition. But the question is, how do countries go beyond that? Because in the past, the growth strategies of some of the countries with high levels of natural resources ended up not being very inclusive or not very long lasting, especially when the price of those commodities decline. So I think that we've all want to emphasize that countries need to, some of the policy countries need, and I think that chart illustrated that in the case of Chile, for example, which is a country which is very wealthy in natural resources, that you also need to be sure to convert some of those natural resource revenues into new sources of comparative advantage, and those are going to be largely by improving the quality of institutions, the effectiveness of government, boosting human capital, that will naturally create some of the conditions for industries to emerge that will either leverage on those comparative advantages, right? So many countries have been, playing with moving downstream from the mineral production. I mean, I think that the case of Indonesia is one where the government has been very actively trying to build the downstream industries of batteries. Even, countries in Africa like DRC, there's an interest in moving downstream. But I think that countries need to realize that that's only going to be feasible if they actually address some of the bigger bottlenecks. Like, do you have the human capital to manage and to operate some of those downstream industries? Do you have the right government institutions so that investors can have safe returns? You have a financial sector that can finance it, and you have infrastructure that can actually bring in reliable electricity. So there's a lot of kind of building blocks beyond just having the resource for countries that want to build downstream industry, and they may realize that actually once they build all of those infrastructure or institutions, that there may be other industries that they have a better vocation for, including the countries that are very rich in some of the natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope their comments can be an answer to both of the questions. I'm afraid that we cannot take more questions. We have a wonderful session. Thank to presenters and discussants for their wonderful job. I think it's time for lunch. We deserve lunch, and it's time for lunch. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your wonderful perspectives with us. Please give another big round of applause to our speakers, chair, and discussant. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for lunch. Lunch will be served at the next hall for our speakers and discussants. For our speakers and discussants, please move to the moderator hall, which is the next venue. And for our participants, lunch will be served at your seat. Now, those of you who prefer a vegetarian, please place the back of your name tag on the table where it's indicated vegetarian so that our staff will know and will be served as your preference. So please enjoy, and our next session will proceed at 2:25. So please be prompt. Once again, please return by 2:25. Please enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone, and hope you enjoyed your lunch. We will now proceed to the third session of the first KDI School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. While we proceed with our presentations, please submit your questions and comments through the official YouTube channel of KDI School in the chat box. Your comments are greatly valued. Now, let me introduce our first speaker for our afternoon session, Mr. Paolo Di Lorenzo. Mr. Lorenzo is a senior economist for fiscal policy and sustainable growth at the World Bank, and he'll be presenting on restoring fiscal sustainability and space after a large adverse shock. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's of course a big honor for me to be invited to deliver this presentation. It's also a big responsibility to be the first speaker after the lunch break. It's usually the most challenging spot. I'm glad to have it, and I will do my best to make it interesting and not too long. So, as the Dean said this morning during his opening remarks, fiscal policies has a lot of things to do currently. It's especially generating or restoring fiscal space, despite the large structural uncertainty that is at the global level, while delivering on new commitments like financing decarbonization, green transition, and keep reducing poverty or demographic challenges in one direction or another, because of aging society or very young society, where many jobs have to be created, or also work for industrial transformation. It's probably the biggest policy challenges for fiscal policymakers nowadays. So these require interventions at every level. Today we already discussed a little bit in more detail what tools and criteria to use to analyze and reform domestic revenue mobilization on public spending and make it more efficient. We will see more about that also tomorrow. This presentation instead will take a more aggregate focus as it relates on the big questions. Why adjusting public finance? If fiscal adjustment, how we can make it politically convenient, and if so, how to design in a successful way that, let's say, they don't kill the patients. You know, when they say the surgery was very successful, but the patient died. So that's not what we want to happen. So that's not this one. Okay. So I will present a little bit the objective of the draft paper that with my colleague Eric we are preparing. We will see why that's already been a little bit the topic of this morning, why fiscal adjustment are needed in this moment. Then before going on the economics of fiscal adjustment, we will look also at the political economy, because sometimes the real question, and having worked in the past in a Ministry of Finance, it's not how to design the adjustment, but it's also how to convince the policymakers that the adjustment will not impact on their election possibilities, re-election possibilities and probabilities. And then we will look also how to design adjustment that are supposed to minimize the negative impact on the economy, And finally, we will look some evidence from a past episode of fiscal adjustment on the basis of a new data set that we are preparing. It's a data set that put together data from more than 180 countries using data from the World Economic Outlook, from the GFS database, but also the World Bank data set, like the one that we use for the production of the macro poverty outlook twice a year. So the objective is to have a user-friendly guide on a topic that is very investigated in the economic literature, and its primary audience will be the World Bank country economists and other practitioners that work with governments to devise fiscal strategies. And at the beginning, the paper was supposed to be like a guide to inform after the COVID crisis and then the Ukraine war crisis. But now we are trying to broaden the scope to go beyond adjustment that follows large shocks, but are for every kind of consolidation. Not only when you have a big shock with a big policy response and then you need basically to pull back a little bit and to restore fiscal space. So we will present also concrete cases of adjustment episode drawing from this new data set under construction. So why, first question, why are fiscal adjustments needed? So there are two cases. The snowball effect, that is when after years of decisions that are probably unsustainable, you have government are find in a situation where their fiscal numbers are deteriorating slowly, but in a continuous way. So they need to start rethinking their fiscal strategy, or you can basically fall off the cliff. You can have situations where even if you have good macroeconomic policy, macro-fiscal policies, large shocks affect the country and the situation has to be restored. So fiscal space has to be restored. And there are situations where you have both things. You have an economic crisis triggered by large adverse events like thermal trade shocks, natural disasters, a sudden increase in global interest rates that generates a fiscal crisis. But maybe you have some domestic vulnerabilities that have, like external debt or low international reserves that act as shock amplifier. So you have the interaction of the two generates a situation where the fiscal policies are no longer sustainable and a rethinking and a change of course is unavoidable. So here we have, we have some result from our database. We're using several definitions of fiscal consolidation that are similar. Some of them are similar to some examples that are in the literature, especially a paper from a researcher from the IMF, Escolano, from 2014. So for instance, we use a gap in the debt stabilizing primary balance of at least 2% of GDP, or we use an increase in the cyclical adjusted balance or in the primary balance, or a consolidation that takes place for at least 3 years. And we look both the case in where we have a narrow definition where all the 5 criteria are valid. In this case, we have found 70 episodes of fiscal consolidation. Or we can have only let's say a looser definition where only the last 2 are valid. In this case, we have more episodes. We have more than 200 episodes of fiscal consolidation that have taken place. And you can see also what is the distribution in terms of the size of fiscal consolidation, or in terms of improvement in the primary balance. And we have also another refinement. We look also if this episode, here we are referring to the 200 cases. Yep. Are two definitions to see if they have been following an economic or fiscal shock or not. So it's we have a definition based on the build-up of debt to GDP in the previous 5 years, or a contraction in GDP per capita. And we see that usually fiscal consolidation or adjustment follow more often not episode of shocks, more what I say the snowball effect in the previous slide is more a deterioration that accumulate over time of fiscal imbalances. And this is especially true in terms if we use only the definition of contraction in GDP per capita. So this is a chart to show. This chart shows how debt has increased a lot even before COVID. Manuel already presented something similar this morning, just to say that basically in 2019, level of debt in emerging economies was higher than the debt prior to the global financial crisis. So basically the suggestion of fixing the roof while the sun is shining that was given a lot during those years not really was followed by government. Here we can see some how government and on the left-hand charts, how the government, what was the fiscal policy response to the COVID crisis. We see that emerging economies, they use much less resources than advanced economy, but still that debt situation deteriorate a lot, and they're really not expecting to go back to their deficit position before 2028. While for low-income countries, the situation, they didn't have a lot of fiscal space, they act more with the adjustment of automatic stabilizers, but still they have a huge increase in debt, also because of the impact on the denominator. And another aspect of fiscal adjustment that is rarely considered is the interaction between fiscal imbalance and external account. There are a lot of talks about the monetary and fiscal policies nexus, a little bit less on the link with the current account. That is a little bit strange to explain, since classic structural adjustment policies, they work on reducing fiscal absorption in order to restore external sustainability. And especially if a country doesn't have a flexible exchange rate as a shock absorber. Evidence show that also current account balance sharply decline during a short-lived episode of fiscal consolidation and stay permanently lower. So pointing to a direction that goes from fiscal to external sector. And currently we have a large number of emerging economies where they have a situation of twin deficit. So with both a larger fiscal deficit and external account deficit. And some evidence, some empirical work made by our authors show that 1% point of GDP of fiscal consolidation can raise the current account balance to GDP ratio by about 0.6%. So, and a favorable external environment can also offer a situation where fiscal adjustment can be performed with low or even zero output on employment losses. We will come back to this point later when we look at the condition for successful adjustment. But before getting there, we need to convince the policymakers to get there. I don't know which among you remember about Jean-Claude Juncker. There was a prominent figure in European politics in the first 20 years of the current century. And one time he said something very true. He said, we all know what to do, but we don't know how to get reelected once we've done it. And actually, there is a very huge literature on the interaction between consolidation or structural reforms and electoral outcomes. The results are a little bit in contrast, but recently they look like there is a measure that are not really necessarily politically costly, despite being unpopular with a large part of the society. Especially if this the political costs are even especially lower if the reforms are enacted in a period of weak economic activity. It can have many electoral consequences. And another aspect put forward by the literature is that revenue-based adjustment are the one less costly than in terms of political consensus than expenditure-based adjustment. But an aspect that I also put very prominently in the literature is that fiscal adjustment seems to be associated with an increase in inequality, because can have a different, and in particular, can have differential effect on different income groups. So in the distribution of power in the society and the power of potential winner and loser, it's very important, and this can be an aspect that exacerbates income inequality. In particular, fiscal consolidation tends to increase inequality in countries where you have lower tax progressivity, or you have lower skill levels and level of human capital, or higher unemployment rates. So it's important to ensure an adequate design can ensure that the burden of adjustment is shared equitably. So for instance, by taping some under-taxed sources, such as property and wealth, that are usually less concentrated than income, and so the resistance from more connected influential groups can be lower and should not hurt re-election prospect. Or for other issues like, for instance, subsidies, energy subsidies, usually successful subsidy reforms can be completed by a system of social assistance that makes an alternative to subsidies tradable. And another aspect that is important to keep in mind is that the aspect of transparency in budget practice and the link with fiscal discipline. Actually, usually countries who have a better transparency have also better fiscal outcomes. There will be many channels where this happens, usually because politicians, they like the political cycle, and budget transparency try to keep this away, or bad politicians don't like to be distinguished by good politicians, so they try to blur a little bit the lines. But so implementing transparency can be challenging, but it has been found to be very relevant to deliver fiscal discipline, also control corruption, or foster economic development at large. In some countries, also to achieve better credit ratings. And one way to assure fiscal discipline is supposed to be having fiscal rules in place. The use of fiscal rules has increased a lot after the global financial crisis. Many countries have some fiscal rules, usually more than one in place. But during COVID, most of these fiscal rules have been suspended, or escape clause have been activated for a few years, much more than before the global financing crisis. And the point, so now countries are restart using fiscal rules. There is a huge debate in Europe about the reform of the Stability Growth Pact. There is going to be a decision in the next days, basically, if there will be a decision eventually. The point is that fiscal rules often require a more rapid fiscal adjustment than what would be economic meaningful in a post-crisis situation, where instead a more gradual approach will reduce the risk of killing the recovery. So, for instance, fiscal rules can include provision that accumulated deviations from the rule need to be offset immediately, can really bring to a very tight fiscal policy. I don't know if probably you've heard about what's happening in Germany right now, that because of a decision of the Constitutional Court, the government has to reactivate the escape clause also for 2023, because otherwise they will have to, it was too late to unspend what was already spent, but they have to find savings for more than 60 billion for 2024, and it's very hard in the framework of the fiscal rules that are currently in place in Germany, where they have this debt break that is very binding at a level of 0.3% of deficit, and cannot be above 0.3% of the GDP, and in a situation where the economy is basically in recession. So they will probably have a procyclical fiscal contraction. That is not what the textbook said they should have. So this can be the opportunity. It opens a window of opportunity to revise fiscal rules rather than simply restoring the price rule. This can include revisiting the fiscal anchor, considering the new economic outlook, the new development needs, or the requirement for fiscal space. This rule can include also more different design escape clause, but also the possibility to consider the new development needs, especially financing the green transformation, or in case of Europe, also the implementation of the national recovery plans and investment that are associated to this plan that were devised in the context of the COVID crisis. So let's move to the timing of the adjustment. Okay, we can move to the next slide. It's not mandatory to discuss about timing of adjustment. I'm open to suggestions. So, if I may, let's say that many governments, they have the idea that economic growth will take care of the fiscal accounts. Countries just can draw away of the debt. The problem is that even if you look at favorable period, very recent, where you have interest rates are below the level of nominal growth, so you have a favorable dynamic, that's not really happened. At the most, countries always use all the possible fiscal space they had, and at the most, they stabilize the level of debt, but you don't see really, without doing something difficult, and it can be also painful at times, it's really hard to see real improvement in the debt situation. So sometimes the presence of a fiscal or financial crisis can force adjustment even when the level of output is below its potential. For instance, in case where market access is at risk, and in this case you can have also a gradual consolidation that spread out potential output losses over time, making more political and socially acceptable, and allow also the time to do the structural reforms that sometimes they need to go together with the fiscal reforms in order to improve the long-run growth potential of the country. But at the same time, gradual consolidations, especially if they occur over an extended horizon, face a higher risk of being reversed, and they are more likely to induce adjustment fatigue. So then the other aspect that it's important to consider is which measures to unwind first. Especially after a fiscal shock like COVID, it's important to unwind the measures that are no longer necessary, that probably they were justified at the moment of lockdown and of restriction to mobility, but they prove to be increasingly costly, and this is where sometimes interest groups can they can block these reforms. And there is this documented ratchet effect, where expansionary counter-cyclical measures are not fully unwound during the recovery. So at the stage of designing these measures, it will be important to have like time-bounded counter-cyclical measures that have a very clear expiration date, and the condition for their phasing out is very well defined at the beginning. Actually, the work made by my colleagues they prove that at least 1/4 of the measures announced by developing countries during COVID, they didn't have this sort of sunset clause at the time of their implementation. So, and they were facing much harder political resistance to unwind them. And how quickly? So if we have this automatic link between the support provided by the fiscal measure and the triggering factors that justify the release of the support, it's easier to, at some point, to have an automatic unwind of the measure. Another factor that can affect the capacity of the government to ensure fiscal adjustment is the level of budget rigidities. that can constrain fiscal adjustment. Budget rigidities are the component of public spending that are linked to things like wage bill, pensions, or interest debt service that are by nature harder to modify in the short terms. So countries with, usually there is this relationship that see that countries with higher fiscal space are also the countries that have lower amount of budget rigidities. Because and budget rigidities usually seems to be more relevant in countries with high income inequalities or with lower institutional quality. So this is why we are trying when we design, we prepare a public finance review, we always look at the rigidity component in public spending. So here we move to the economic aspect. So I think it's fair to claim that the literature on fiscal multipliers went out of control. I type on Google Scholar papers with fiscal multipliers in the title, and these are the results that I got. So maybe this is the opportunity to ask for a 5-year ban on this research. I don't think we need more papers. We need a systematic approach to the results that are already been prepared. Also because there have been, in one of the few interesting papers that have been prepared very recently from the MF colleagues, they show that using the same identification strategy for fiscal shock, slightly changes in procedure to slat the fiscal shock can largely bring to very different estimation of the size, the persistence, and also precision of fiscal multipliers. But anyway, let's discuss a little bit what we find in the literature. This is 3 of the main questions. There are many more than that, but for the sake of this presentation, it's enough. So the first one is fiscal adjustment actually work? Because there was a lot of talk, especially after the global financial crisis, of non-Keynesian adjustment. Expansionary adjustment that assume that all the agents in the economy, they went to economic grad school, so they know exactly Ricardo literature, opera omnia, I will say. So they anticipated that adjusting, especially cutting spending, will reduce also the tax burden in the future. So they start to invest more. They have more confidence in the state of the economy, and so we have a positive effect on the private sector consumption and investment that more than compensate the effect on public spending. And if you have a well-functioning banking system and financial market, this effect are even magnified. Things are a little bit different. So now there is a consensus that short-term adverse effect almost always occur unless your adjustment strategy happens in good times or it's very well designed by cutting only inefficient spending. But in long term, maybe comparing to a counterfactual of no adjustment at all, the situation is not that bad. There is an improvement, but it takes some time to materialize. The risk is that by the time we get there, we have a strong hysteresis effect if the adjustment is not well designed. If you have cut in things like education or infrastructure, you have an effect on potential growth that it lasts for years. So it's a very narrow path, let's say. But we have identified some conditions that can bring to better outcome. For instance, having easing monetary conditions in place. That's not the case right now. Or moderating inflation, they usually tend to increase the likelihood of a successful fiscal consolidation. Structural policy reforms that foster economic growth can help to offset the impact of the contractional impact of fiscal consolidation, or having a flexible exchange rate that cushion a little bit the impact. For what concerns the design and the role of expenditure and revenues, I will say here, basically, whatever is almost a religious war. Whatever is your belief, you will find something in the literature that say that you're right. Let's say that the consensus now is moving to the fact that the tax-based fiscal consolidation, they generate less losses in terms of GDP than spending. And also announcement or revenue-based adjustment to have a lower impact than expenditure-based adjustment. I think that the best option is to be pragmatic and think about two things. First, that if you have to do a large adjustment, you need different instruments. So you will always need a combination of the two. And then there is a new literature. One of the few interesting contributions is a paper from, I think this year, from Gassibe Zanetti, that said that probably is the origin of the shock that determine what is the most useful fiscal instrument. So if you have a demand-driven shock, it's better to use expansion in your spending. For instance, instead, if you have a shock from the supply side, tax cuts or tax increase, if you have to do an adjustment, are the most powerful instrument to stimulate or to cool down the economy, because of the different way where they interact. If tax, in the case of, if you need to stimulate the economy, a tax cuts can deliver an increase in the supply that is from where the shock is coming. But in general, larger fiscal consolidation, as I say, they require both expenditure and revenue measures. And then you have also, within the broad revenue and spending categories, you have different, the impact is different if you use different items, like cutting recurrent expenditure are usually a less damaging impact than cutting investment. It's basically one of the few things that are everybody agrees on in this literature. So here, this is a sum up. We already saw this morning. It's slightly modified by the paper, the celebrated paper from Battini and authors of 2014. What are the conditions? And here we defined, especially from emerging economies, the factor increasing or decreasing the multipliers. So the presence of monetary policy response, of lower automatic stabilizers, and or lower government debt. They usually are associated with an increase in multiplier, while the opposite, it decreases the multiplier, and so in case of fiscal adjustment, it decreases the impact on the economy, it's less damaging. So here we use our tool to extract a number of successful consolidation by looking at different criteria to identify consolidation. So we look if the consolidation, there are two approaches that you can use. You can use a more narrative style approach, so look at the documents, the government budget documents, to see what was the target at the beginning of the fiscal adjustment, and see if this target were reached, or you can look more ex post, looking just at the time series and see if the consolidation has been successful in terms of stabilizing your debt to GDP or to increase your primary balance to a level that is debt stabilizing, if the impact of growth has not been too negative, or if the cyclical adjusted primary balance is above, being maintained above the pre-consolidation level. What we see using the sample of 200 and so fiscal episode of fiscal adjustment that we identified at the beginning, these are results that are very, let's say, fresh from the fish market, because we extracted this like yesterday night. So we did some refinement. We see that the ratio of successful consolidation is quite high. To be honest, it's a little bit higher of what found by auto review of the literature by using different definition of fiscal consolidation. And what else? Usually consolidation, you see that when they are preceded by shock, even if the number of cases it's very lower, but the ratio of successful cases on the total case is a little bit higher. And for what concerns the composition of the adjustment, the results are very similar. At the same time, there are differences within the country. For instance, when we this is a data set that includes also high-income countries. When we filter the sample, we consider only emerging and developing economies. Revenue-based episodes are much more successful, and especially when we use each definition singularly instead of using all the definition combined. This is the one with 25%. So here we have a breakdown by the definition of success. And we also analyze, we have additional information, like if the consolidation has been backloaded or front-loaded, how many years the duration has been. We can see also for, this is the one on the curbing the debt to GDP trend. Here we see, for instance, that again, revenue or expenditure base, it doesn't really impact on the probability of success. And we will share the presentation, and anyone can see what is more interesting for them. What I think it's important here is to focus actually what are the few things on which the literature really agreed that makes an episode more successful. So taking care of inequality and the possibility of a distributional conflict, having a favorable global and domestic environment, having strong fiscal institutions or fiscal rules or fiscal council, fiscal transparency that ensure a good fiscal management, and then communicate well in advance what are the plans, explain to the public, and have ownership from the government of the consolidation plan. Here there are other possibilities that the tool can offer. For instance, here we can see what is the distribution in terms of the size, typical size of fiscal consolidations, what are the debt rating flows. Year T is the year where consolidation started, and then we see in the future, in the following years, what be the dynamic, and it allows to extract also what are the cases, the concrete cases that are in the sample. We can also look directly to country cases. For instance, an episode of large consolidation happening in Morocco in 2008, and what were the drivers of the consolidation. So we can have a more specific work on a country that can be very useful for people that try to learn from a previous experience, especially from the best practice. So the way forward is exactly to further developing the tool to include, for instance, macroeconomic conditions, so the state of the business cycle. It's another fact that is in the literature is that fiscal consolidation, fiscal expansion that happen during a downturn are usually more effective. Expansion and so consolidation in good cycle when they are counter-cyclical, it's allowed to decrease the range of the multiplier and the state of monetary policy or even exchange rate. Then we would like to do an econometric analysis to identify in a more rigorous way the key determinant of successful consolidation, and then by looking to some key episode of successful consolidation, use a sort of narrative approach to look to government budget documentation, report from the bank, from the IMF and other publication to identify exactly what worked, what policies were implemented specifically and why, and keep working with our colleague that works on countries to better understand what are the lessons learned, and both from our database, also from other PFR, to better inform policy dialogue. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lorenzo, for the inspiring presentation, shedding light on the fiscal adjustment and its challenges and recovery opportunities for sustainability. Thank you once again. And now I would like to invite our designated discussant, Dr. Seoyeon Lee, Assistant Professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, and she specializes in applied macroeconomics econometrics. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presentation, Paolo Di Lorenzo. And I guess I just realized that I made a mistake on the name of the paper because apparently in Italian, Di Lorenzo is your surname. Sorry about that, but I'll fix it later. Okay, so I'm going to, for the discussion, I think I'll start with the background, why we actually are thinking of fiscal consolidations more often these days. This is apparently because, as Di Lorenzo explained a little bit earlier for his presentation, that we had experienced unprecedented crisis during 2020 up until 22, and this actually made all of the economies with less fiscal buffers because of high debt levels due to more spending from the fiscal side to support the economy during the crisis, COVID crisis, and also with the increase in the interest rate. These days, we have also seen some problem of rising funding costs for already high level debt for the most of the governments, including, emerging and lower income countries as well as advanced economies. So basically, we would expect fiscal tightening to be greater in economies that recently experienced a sharper rise in government debt. And this is why we're thinking more of how the fiscal consolidation can be done, depending on different circumstances in different countries, different economic contexts, and so on. So basically, main findings from Paolo's and his colleagues' work is that they actually identify episodes of fiscal consolidation throughout more than 30 years with a definition that has like 4 components in it. So the first, for identifying the fiscal consolidation episodes, they use a demonstrated need to consolidate, which is if there is a gap between debt stabilizing primary balance and actual balance at the T-1 exists, they assume that it is fiscal consolidation, one of the sort of definition criteria. And then the next one was about demonstrated policy choice to consolidate, which is actually current account, adjusted PB, primary balance, is increasing. So for those episodes with these 2 categories are met, they sort of include or categorize it as fiscal consolidation. And then the last 2 would be the ones that he explained it as a wider, concept for the fiscal consolidation, is that if a country experiences an improvement in primary balance, either both, in increase of primary balance of higher than 0.5% over 2 years, and there is decrease in primary balance of less than 0.3% of GDP over a year. And then last condition to be identified as a fiscal consolidation is at least 3 consecutive years of improvements in the primary balance. So based on this definition, they have sort of plot the distribution of all the episodes. So the one on the bottom is just for the last two definition categories were used. So we have like in total 204 episodes of fiscal consolidations based on his database. And then the pre-existing conditions for fiscal consolidation, they consider the buildup of debt and contraction in GDP per capita, and that's presented in the right-hand side chart. So, and then they also try to figure out what are the success stories of fiscal consolidations, and they, plotted against different definitions of conditions after sort of the fiscal consolidation episodes ends. So, for example, we have that increase definition. The success story, successful consolidation was about 63% out of total fiscal consolidation episodes. And also there is, so we also looked at, there was higher success episodes when there is, when this fiscal consolidations was preceded by the shocks. And then we also had the decomposition between the different methodologies of fiscal consolidation, namely revenue-based or expenditure-based. And we have seen like a little bit more successful stories for the revenue-based fiscal consolidations for this database. So I think the most important contribution is actual construction of a comprehensive data set that could be a very useful tool for country economists and also general researchers. And as we have seen in the Morocco's case, they provide an analytical framework for investigating the different approaches to fiscal consolidations, by country or by the episodes. So we could see, the cuts were, coming mostly from grants and goods and services for the early consolidation periods. And also we could see the decomposition between revenue-based and expenditure-based. And even there is a decomposition in the, revenue-based, having different VAT tax measures, or is it from corporate income tax measures and so on. So I think it is, it must be a very hard work of constructing of all these episodes using, all of this information. And I think I will briefly talk about how we can actually exploit this good data set in the future. And one of the things that can be done, as Paolo actually mentioned before, is that we can look at what is the pace and size of the consolidations, what was successful, what was not. And then there was a discussion in the charts, in the presentation, there was, successful stories decomposed into gradual and backloaded consolidations versus front-loaded consolidations. But I would like to mention some of the key literature, looking at how successful it was for each of these fiscal policy measures. So for the gradual and backloaded consolidations, there is a study by Del Araba and other co-authors that could be more appropriate for countries with longer period of economic recessions, because in the medium term, fiscal multipliers remain high for those backloaded consolidations on average. And also there's another study which actually back that the backloaded consolidations were successful in emerging markets and lower income countries, as it is gradual to take up reforms and strengthen the fiscal institutions. And as Paolo mentioned, fiscal institutions' credibility is one of the key determinants of the success of the fiscal consolidation. So maybe for those countries with lower level of credibility or fiscal institutions, they can, save time. They can take time as much as they can if the fiscal consolidation is backloaded. And there are some evidence, supporting front-loaded consolidations as well. So traditionally, gradual consolidations may face higher risk of being reversed due to adjustment fatigue. So maybe for some countries it would be, appropriate to use instead front-loaded consolidation. However, quick and large fiscal adjustments often involve large output losses. So depending on the country's circumstances, country can actually employ either front-loaded or back-loaded. But in some of the new and old, a little bit previous existing literature found that front-loaded consolidations can also helpful to signal a credible reform commitment for some countries. And actually for the emerging markets with low fiscal stress, front-loaded adjustment is more appropriate as it contributes to reducing sovereign risk premia and helps maintain the market access when there is a crisis. And then authors can think about the revenue expenditure composition of fiscal adjustments in more detail, even though Paolo actually mentioned. But so some of the recent literature found that for the lower income countries, revenue-raising fiscal measures lead to smaller output losses, maybe because of non-Keynesian, theory back in there. Okay, and then we could also think about how political factors affect the consolidation. And there's a lot of literature studies looking at coalition governments and left right-wing government versus centrist government and how it affects the fiscal consolidation success stories. And also we have recent paper by Clements and other researchers saying that governments with a parliamentary majority and facing no imminent election are likely to success. And then there is also an issue of fiscal credibility. And also because we have this large data set, maybe like the study by Boltho and Glean, we can investigate the differences in fiscal tightening in different decades, like in 1980s, 1990s, 20s, and recent. So that can be kind of quite feasible work that they can do right after, compiling all of these data sets. And then finally, I would like to mention a little bit about the narrative approach to identify changes in fiscal policy. So the seminal paper by Romer and Romer in 2010, they use all of these narrative, episodes using the documents, as Paolo mentioned, like the IMF, Article 4 documents or other government documents explaining the fiscal consolidation, fiscal policies in general, to sort of identify that is not related to current macroeconomic conditions, to actually back out the causal relationship of fiscal consolidations on the other economic activities as a consequence. So basically, this is kind of using all of these narratives to identify orthogonal shocks from fiscal consolidations episodes to estimate. So basically, this is coming from the paper by KDIS-World and other authors, published in 2021, and actually they construct fiscal consolidations episodes using the documents, the narratives, and then they plot it against the fiscal consolidations episode using the CAPB, the data itself. And then they found the strong positive relationship, but there were many episodes that shows differences in those two different measures. So I think maybe for the next step, using all of this data with the very deep understanding from the World Bank economist on each country's knowledge about the fiscal policy and macroeconomic analysis, they can also build up some of these narrative-based fiscal consolidations episodes. So basically, this is all from my side, and thank you so much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for analyzing Dr. Lorenzo's presentation, pinpointing out the main findings of fiscal consolidation, its contribution, and with the future potentials as well. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed on with the discussion and Q&A. Please give us some time to set the stage. And as soon as the stage is set, we will invite our chair speakers and discussant. Once again, if you have any questions or comments related to our prior presentations, please raise your hands and our staff will hand over the mic to you. So now it looks like our chair speakers and discussants are all seated. If you are ready, please proceed with our discussion, Chair.
For insightful presentation by Dr. Di Lorenzo. Also well-prepared discussion by Professor Sayan Lee. First of all, could you respond to comments, Dr. Di Lorenzo?
Sure. So thank you very much for your comment and suggestion for further research. I think that you mentioned some very good point. For instance, I was not aware of this paper of Polto of 2006 on the difference between, let's say, like in clothes, there is like new fashions, like consolidation policies change over time. That's something that can be really interesting to see. And also, if we see significant differences, why? What changes? What we were thinking is to see if consolidation following shocks are different. That usually they should be more front-loaded, for instance, or they can be more revenue-based because they need to raise money immediately. But that's something that we can definitely look upon. And I think, given that we want this paper and this research in general to be very policy-oriented, oriented also to the facilitate dialogue with governments, also to look at the political factors behind fiscal consolidations and how it was managed by the government in case of successful consolidation can be very important in terms of lesson learned. For this, we want to look only to a subset of successful consolidation to do the work more manageable, but I think it's also will present the robust enough sample to get some insightful lessons. And yes, we will keep looking at the having a backloaded versus front-loaded consolidation. Backloaded consolidation, it's always more appealing to governments, but the point is how to convince them that sometimes they need to really to be serious from the beginning and front-loaded, and probably showing why front-loaded worked in this country this year. It's better than mentioned, you know, it's better because my parameter and my estimation say that it's better. They don't really care about that. They want to see when and why it really worked.
Thank you very much. Any question or comment from the floor? Yes.
Basically, regarding fiscal consolidation, considering the present situation, which is, we can definitely say it's a downturn of the economy. The high interest rates, the borrowing and rollover is also difficult. And also it's difficult to raise the domestic resources. And I read that developing countries spend 7% on the fiscal stimulus. Low-income countries 3%, developed countries 11%. Now they are exhausted of their resources. So in the present situation, how to go for the development finance? Thank you.
So you ask about the role of development finance. Well, the role of development financing is exactly, among other things, to provide, let's say, money at a lower cost than financial markets, especially when countries really face, like now, high difficulties in financing at market rates. The concessional financing can be, even if they're not under the form of a grant, but even a concessional loan, usually it's much cheaper for countries. And it also comes with economic reforms, especially if it's in the context of a problem with the World Bank. So that's also the work to address the emergency, the funding emergency, but they also work on the longer term to boost the economic potential by doing those reforms that probably the lack of those reforms has created the situation that now we are trying to address. Because too many times the growth performance was really under par. And this create also, and with some lack of good fiscal management, also create the situation that we are trying to address.
So basically, under the current situation, emerging country markets and developed countries need some kind of support from outside, such as the World Bank.
Not emerging middle income economies, even some of them, they also have access to the World Bank, but especially to World Bank financing, but especially low income countries, they are the one where the World Bank is more engaged.
Any other comment?
Since I was part of the work on the fiscal consolidation, I have more a question to the discussant, to Sean Lee. So you propose this narrative approach as a complementary. Can you elaborate a little bit what additional value this narrative approach would give us? Because it would require a lot of efforts to be put to supplement the work, and whether we, you know, I would need to think whether this is something that provides additional value to already pretty extensive work that we have done. And as you showed on the graph, it seems like there is this correlation, but there is a lot of uncorrelated events. So would it be not more misleading to invest in these narratives, because we can end up with some completely different conclusion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. And I think like, as we have seen, like from the paper of Romer and Romer 2010, there could be like the conventional approaches, like using the, CA primary balance as one of the criteria to identify the fiscal consolidation can be biased because it is a macroeconomic, the result of the macroeconomic activities. And for example, the cyclically adjusted primary balance may include some shifts in fiscal variables that is not related to fiscal consolidation itself. But for example, commodity price changes, it may change the CAPB, but it's not actually related to sort of fiscal consolidation measures. So that may be a little bit misleading if we use only macro variables, not using the narrative episodes, narrative evidence to do that. So I totally understand that it requires much more efforts if we just go over all of the documents, whether it has some aspects of fiscal consolidations. But I can sort of imagine we could employ some of the textual analysis algorithms to sort of more effectively track those, narrative episodes. So the literature often, focuses on trying to identifying the fiscal consolidations episodes that is driven not by the concurrent, response of macroeconomic activities like fiscal loosening because of the recession. That is not, a longer-term fiscal consolidation. So the narratives is aimed to identify those policy measures that is related to long-term sort of policy implications or aims.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Sorry. Regarding that physical consolidation and that inflationary pressure, does it have correlation? If no, why? And if yes, then how we, globally approaching to address that inflationary pressure? Thank you. It's particularly, after that global recession in terms of COVID-19. Thank you.
Okay, yes, fiscal consolidation and inflation are very well linked. Let's say inflation has somehow the lowered incentive for fiscal consolidation because it increases revenues, at least nominal revenues. It increases nominal GDP, so it decreases the debt to GDP ratio artificially. At the same time, fiscal policy and monetary policies need to be coordinated. Monetary policies cannot do all the work. Like now, in a moment where they're trying to reduce inflation across the world, fiscal policies also have to do its part in that, especially when in countries they're facing at the same time higher inflation and high level of debt. So it's a job, but as monetary policy needs to be well calibrated and faces issues in terms of timing and communication. The same thing is happened also for fiscal policies. So it's important that the policy mix not only has to be adequate in terms of adequacy to the country-specific conditions, but they also have to pull in the same direction. Short.
Thank you. Any final question or comment? If any, we'll have one more question or comment.
Thanks for the presentations. Just one point. Is there any correlation between fiscal consolidation and the decentralization system of a country. For example, if a unitary country or decentralized, what is the correlation between the fiscal consolidation? Thank you so much.
Actually, this is a very interesting topic to look into that we didn't look adequately in the construction of the paper. Well, it depends how the decentralization system is organized. States can raise revenues at the local level. What is the level of budget autonomy they have? If it's based on transfers from the central level. Usually, it's a little bit like with monetary policy. If a central government is cutting the spending, even if this doesn't affect directly states, it's supposed anyway that the fiscal policy from states that goes a little bit in the same direction. Maybe it also depends what kind of spending outlays at the local level, what levels they have, if they have responsibility for education, for instance, of social protection. It's more based on the local level. Probably it's important to preserve this kind of spending. So it has to be a lot country specific, but this is definitely a good dimension that we can take into consideration for the next steps of our paper.
Thank you. Then we'll move to the next presentation. Let's give a big hand to Dr. Di Lorenzo and Professor Sayan Lee. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, speakers, and discussants for your excellent presentations. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you once again. And now let us proceed to our last session of today. Let us now introduce Mr. Franz Ulrich Rook, a senior economist in the Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth Unit at the World Bank Group, speaking on public investment as a tool to boost private investment and output. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is also, I'd just like to say it also is an honor for me to be here and to present. It's not the best way to start a presentation on multipliers, effectively on multipliers, when the author or the presenter before you said there should be a 5-year ban on papers of multipliers. But hopefully at the end of this presentation, you guys feel like there should be one more paper on multipliers, and this is the paper that it is. So I'll be talking about the crowding in effect of public investment on private investment, and this is joint work with colleagues at the bank and others, John Francois and Maddie Conti. Today I'm going to structure my presentation with 3 questions, and hopefully at the end of this presentation you'll have a clear answer to all 3 of those questions. They are, what are the investment trends and investment needs in EMDEs? And I think you've heard this EMDE reference a lot today, but just in case, it's emerging markets and developing economies. Second question is, how much does public investment crowd in private investment or crowd out, possibly, private investment? And then finally, does this crowding in differ by country characteristics? So this is work in progress. Very much lots of work still to be done, but hopefully there's enough meat here to answer these questions and to keep you awake during this last session. So in terms of the first question, what are the investment trends and investment needs in EMDEs? Investment growth has slowed across emerging markets and developing economies. While you can see on the graph on the left that overall growth, investment growth in the global economy has stayed around 3.5% over the last 2 decades. That's the 2000s to 2010s. In EMDEs, it's actually slowed, and the rate of investment growth is probably halved over the last 2 decades. And that's not just the China story. You can see even excluding China, the rate of growth in investment has slowed in emerging markets and developing economies. A different perspective on this, you can see on the right, is here we've broken it down into the emerging market and developing regions that the World Bank focuses on. So these are, again, all the acronyms. You saw EAP earlier, which is East Asia and Pacific. The one or two I'd like to focus on is one is MENA, which is Middle East and North Africa. On the right chart, you can see substantial slowdown in investment growth in that region from somewhere closer to 10% to below 2% in the previous decade. And that's really due to partly the oil price shock we saw in 2015 that affected oil exporters, as well as some specific issues in oil importers in the region. You can also see in East Asia and the Pacific, and in ECA, Europe and Central Asia, that the rate of investment growth has halved over the past 2 decades. And sadly, we expect investment growth in the future, the outlook for investment growth, to decline further and to remain weak, especially in the context of more frequent damaging shocks. So the graph on the left just shows you forecasts by consensus economics, so consensus forecast of 5-year ahead investment growth, again broken down by the regions the World Bank focuses on, and quite clearly all trends are down over the last decade. And obviously the 2022 observation is the next 5 years going forward. And you can also see this is important in the context of the shocks that we've experienced quite recently, as well as just general recession shocks or recessions that occur. And generally, investment growth 5 years after recessions or 5 years after pandemics, you see a significant decline in investment growth as a consequence of these shocks. And slowing investment growth has a very important, is going to have a very big impact, an important impact on lowering potential growth and the potential growth outlook. You can see on the left chart a decomposition of potential growth into its components, so capital, labor, and TFP, total factor productivity, things we've been discussing today. And quite clearly, capital, i.e. investment, matters a lot for potential growth. You can see the red bars are a big part of how we view a country's ability to grow. And also those red bars are declining. You can see the last observation, the 2022 to 2030. So this was a recent World Bank publication that shows where we think potential growth is going in the next decade. And clearly in emerging markets, this is slowing from about 5% to 4% in the decade ahead. And this rate of investment growth also matters for total factor productivity. So what we think of as what brings about effectively development, right? Higher per capita income. And clearly in countries with low investment versus those with high investment, you can see is associated with much lower total factor productivity growth in those economies. And lastly, why this really matters is the needs are great. So the challenges that emerging markets and developing economies face in terms of increasing infrastructure needs and increasing climate resilience are very, very big. On the left chart, you can see the additional spending needed in infrastructure sectors related to the Sustainable Development Goals, which run at about 4 to 8 percentage points of GDP per year in developing economies. And on the right, you can see, we saw this graph earlier today in an earlier presentation, just the additional investment needed to achieve a resilient and low carbon growth path over the next decade. And in LICS, we're talking about 8% of GDP per year in terms of investment needs. So let's move on to the second question. How does public investment crowd in private investment? So let's start off with just a bit of theory of how that crowding in or crowding out may occur. The first is just the complementary between public investment and private investment. Think about ports that are built that allow export and import of goods. Think about roads that connect cities and people to jobs. Think about electricity production and distribution that create economic activity. Clearly, if there's a high complementary and good investment, public investment, there's going to be a crowding in of private investment. We could also think about whether, obviously, there's always competition between resources. Resources are scarce, savings is scarce. And so if you have an increase in public investment, that could lead to higher interest rates, which could crowd out private investment. And finally, this was discussed a little bit in the previous presentation, if your public investment is financed by debt, and so there's higher debt and this expectation of future taxes, that can also lead to the crowding out of private investment. So what are we really trying to do with this paper? So we're trying to contribute both to the literature and to the team's current work. And really we're trying to cover four things. We're trying to, which I haven't gone into, but really provide a theory of crowding in under imperfect capital markets. A lot of the literature up to now is focused on perfect capital markets, which we know is not the case in emerging markets and developing economies. And in the presence of imperfect capital markets, you're likely, because of the inefficiency in capital allocation and the inadequate capital allocation effectively, you have to solve an underinvestment problem in the private sector. We're also trying to update and expand estimates of crowding in using a unique instrumental variable, which is the predicted loan disbursements of official creditors. And we're trying to expand that, update that to 2019, and expand the number of countries that this estimate exists for to about 111 economies. We're trying to provide a framework to estimate these multipliers in a data-poor environment, and I will go into that method a little bit later. And finally, we're trying to inform the debate on public investment in EMDEs. And particularly, we're trying to argue or raise the point that the cyclicality of your spending matters for the economic impact of that spending. And in this case, the cyclicality of your public investment matters for that private investment. So that's really what we're trying to contribute to the literature and also to what we're doing within the World Bank. So what does the data say? This is a simple scatter plot of public investment on private investment. Public investment on the x-axis, private on the y-axis. This is a bin scatter, so what we've done is we've taken a bunch of observations and grouped them into a single data point. And what you can quite clearly see is the underlying data suggests that public investment tends to crowd in private investment. And that line there is the OLS estimate of that relationship. And on this table, you can see that that estimate value is about 0.35. And what that means, at least on the OLS estimate, which we know is going to be biased, and probably not a good reflection of the actual relationship between public and private investment, that a $1 increase in public investment tends to lead to about a $0.35 increase in private investment. Of course, that's a biased estimate, so we got to figure out a way to get a better estimate of the relationship between these. And what we do here is we're going to use as an instrument, the predicted loan disbursements by official creditors, which is unlikely to be related to current shocks to output or to private investment. And what you can see in the second row of this table is that when we use this instrumental variable, that actually it seems like the impact of public investment on private investment is much larger, in the region of 1.4. So you could say a 1% of GDP increase in public investment leads to a 1.4 percentage point of GDP increase in private investments. This is just a graphical representation of those multiplier numbers across different sizes of increases in or change in public investment as a percent of GDP. And you can see, for example, with a 5% change in public investment to GDP, you expect about a 7 to 8% of GDP increase in private investment. Of course, that's not the entire story. We may think we've answered the question of what the crowding in impact of private investment is, public investment is on on private investment. But this graph here tries to show you that even in identified models, we're going to have problems with identifying this shock. And in the case of instrumental variables, there's no way to test the instrument effectively, right? So you have to make a good argument for why it's a good instrument and hope most people buy your argument. So we've approached this in a slightly different way. Here we've estimated the spending multiplier, government spending multiplier, using a pretty common method in the literature by Blanchard and Perotti. And what you see on this chart is the impact multiplier, spending multiplier on the y-axis is correlated, positively correlated with the cyclicality in government spending. So if we had a good estimate, we would expect no correlation between these two variables. So what you can quite clearly see that even in a even in an estimated model, VAR model, that is used in the literature and is used often in empirical work, that there's a problem with our estimate. Governments that are running pro-cyclical spending, that's positive correlations, tend to have much larger impact multipliers, whereas those that are running counter-cyclical policy tend to have much smaller multipliers. And so clearly we have a problem of identification, even in very popular models. And so if you have a weak instrument or no instrument, because you're dealing with lots of developing economies where maybe data is poor, or maybe you've just got a professor who doesn't like any of your arguments around your instrument, there's possibly another way to try to think about this problem. And that's what we want to suggest with a more recent estimator called Kinki-Least squares. And so this is an instrument-free estimate that basically says we have an OLS estimate, that beta OLS, that's the 0.35 we showed you earlier, or I showed you earlier. And we can then correct that OLS estimate to get to the true value of the multiplier using some bias correction. And that relates to the correlation between public investment and the error term. So obviously if that correlation is positive, you can think of public investment as being pro-cyclical, and negative as like a counter-cyclical tool, right? So this is instrument-free. We don't have to worry about having an instrument. All we need is the basic data, and then we could postulate some relationship between public investment and the error term to try to uncover what we think is the true value of this multiplier. And so here are some of the benefits, although I have to admit I don't like the name Kinki-Least squares. I think it's very inappropriate and a bit weird when I first saw it, and hopefully that doesn't put you off. But if it does, well, too bad. I think it's quite powerful. But it really overcomes some of the weak or no instrument problem that we have. It can provide a range of estimates, and I'll show that in the next slide. Sometimes it can give you smaller error bands around your estimates, which means you're more certain about the size of that multiplier. And often when you come to this kind of work, you see that you get very large error bands around your estimates, and then you really can't say anything to anyone about the relationship between these, or any variable, for example. And so this is what that Kinki-Least squares estimator looks like over these values or these correlations. So in this chart you can see the instrumental variable estimate we have at the 1.35, that's the blue line, and then the red line is this Kinki-Least squares estimate. And importantly what you can see is that at certain values of that correlation, let's take at minus 0.5, in that range, or let me just set the stage. So the 0 on the x-axis relates to the OLS estimate that we saw earlier, right, that 0.35. And then we don't really know what the correlation is between public investment and the error term, but we could postulate some values. So let's say it's somewhere between 0.5 and minus 0.5. We know the IV is telling us that it's likely in the minus 0.5 region, right? And what you can see then is if we had used the KLS estimate instead of the IV estimate, we could be much more precise about what we think that value is. But we could also say that possibly our IV estimate is not very good. because plausibly there could be countries that are running pro-cyclical policy who have estimates very different from what you see here, and maybe that IV instrument doesn't help us much. And then finally, I just want to go into, does this crowding in differ by country characteristics? So one thing we spoke about a little bit is imperfect capital markets. And so I'm going to try to look at some of the financial market issues and how that may affect our crowding in estimate, right? So here we're looking at that KLS estimate, and we're looking at, for example, a row of about minus 0.5. 55. Let's focus on the third column, and let's just focus on that red block. And what you can quite clearly see is that there seems to be some evidence that countries that have above a median, or the median of other countries, financial market development tend to have larger multipliers or larger crowding in than countries below the median. There also seems to be evidence that financial market efficiency can impact how much crowding in you see. Again, in the blocks, you can see that those above the median tend to have larger multiplier estimates than those below. And then finally, I think something that's very relevant for the current environment we're in is that there seems to be some evidence that this ability to crowd in private investment differs by the level of real interest rates. So you can see, for example, on that table, that countries with below median real interest rate values tend to see larger crowding in than those above value. And this matters a lot in the context of that left chart, which is the US 10-year real interest rate. And quite clearly you can see something has changed. I guess we don't know if that's going to stay. But clearly, real interest rates are substantially higher now than they were in the decade prior to this. And this can have important implications for a government's ability to crowd in private investment using public investment. So here are the answers to the three questions. What are investment trends and investment needs in EMDs? Clearly slowing investment growth, broad-based slowing investment growth with massive needs in terms of investment needs in infrastructure and in a low carbon growth path. How much does public investment crowd in private investment? Well, it seems a $1 spent in public investment creates about $1.3 in private investment. And does this crowding in differ by country characteristics? There seems to be some evidence that the level of financial development and efficiency matters for your ability to crowd in private investment. So just because this is work still under progress, I just want to talk a little bit about our way forward. So we plan to update our estimates both in terms of countries and years moving forward. We plan to look at other country characteristics that may matter for this multiplier. Ones that clearly stand out are things like corruption, governance, inflation, government size. We're going to look at how we can operationalize this kinky least squares approach and this work more broadly within the context of country engagements and World Bank publications. And I'll skip the last one and end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation introducing and raising the awareness of investment needs of EMDES. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce our designated discussant, Dr. Taejong Kim, a professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, specializing in public finance. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taejong Kim, and I am a public finance economist, but my training is on the micro side, and I knew a person like Professor Seon Lee could provide a much more substantive feedback on this topic as well. But I thought probably my discussion could be useful. Reflecting the perspective of a non-technical audience. Yeah. Okay. I tried to listen to the presentation, imagining that I were an advisor to a finance minister. Maybe in South Korea, maybe in the EMDEs. Yeah. And then I thought I found many takeaways, yeah, but I'm not sure whether I got the lessons right. So I'd be grateful, if France can teach me, some misunderstanding on my part. I am not going to provide a detailed recap of the whole presentation, which was very informative and very well structured. I got very valuable lessons in the trends and needs assessment, what's happening around us in the world. And I'm embarrassed to say this, but reading the paper was a lesson in econometrics as well. Kinky least squares was totally new to me. I am going to learn about this new strategy. I'm not going to ask France to teach me all the intricacies of the new estimation technique, but I am going to mention some questions that I have about that approach. And I think we have a fairly convincing evidence for crowding in. I thought about what policy questions should be prompted by this finding. Yeah? And I have several. So we know there is a worrisome global slowdown in investment growth, and it's global among the EMDEs, and it's worrying that the slowdown is more pronounced in the parts of the world where we presume there are greater needs for public investment. And we also got the warning from France that it's going to get worse before a possible turnaround. And this is going to mean a huge negative consequence for EMD growth for the time being because of the direct and indirect pathways. And as if it is not already bad enough, we already got the warning that because of the instability in the global financial market and the recent brush with the global pandemic, we are going to have things getting worse, more likely. Regarding this broad report about where we are in terms of public investment in the world, I thought it might be useful if France could provide a direct assessment of the size of the gap. We got a lot of data on the slowdowns, and we also got assessments of investment needs. And I figured roughly, we have 6% of global GDP, for conventional types of public investment, covering energy, transport, communication, water and sanitation, and so forth. And then we got also alerted to the additional need to respond to the global climate change crisis. I figured that might add to about 6% in additional investment need. But I couldn't find, what is the current level of global public investment, and I thought that number could be a very useful missing piece in the otherwise very well-organized presentation. And I couldn't help wondering why the investment categories neglected, human capital investments, for basic education and basic healthcare. Yeah. About crowding in versus crowding out, as a public finance economist, I am very happy that we have now fairly convincing evidence that public investment crowds in additional private investment. I'm not going to repeat what Franz already said very convincingly about the theoretical perspective. And I don't know what to call it, elasticity or multiplier. Francis said, if the estimated coefficient is 1.35, then that means a $1 increase in public investment leads to additional $1.35 increase in private investment. But we are talking about the increase in investment over GDP. So I think roughly speaking, we are talking about a kind of quote-unquote elasticity, right? Bearing in mind that the denominator is not the former levels of lagged levels of investment, but GDP. 1% increase in public investment leads to positive increases in private investment. I try to make sense of the kinky least squares. Instead of relying blindly on IB estimators, right? We admit our range of ignorance about the potential correlation between the error term and the public investment variable on the right-hand side. And we consider a range of possible scenarios for the value of the correlation coefficient rho. And I wanted to ask Franz this question because I found out Franz is considering a range of rho varying from minus 0.66 to minus 0.3. And I sensed his perhaps preferred estimate of rho is minus 0.554, and I thought it would be useful for the audience if we can enlighten us, how we know this is the reasonable range of rho. But we know for sure that the elasticity is definitely positive, and it's likely that the value of the elasticity is over 1. Yeah. Going back to my imagination, right? If I were an advisor to the finance minister, how might I alter my recommendation, advice to my boss, right? So I realized right away that perhaps I should rephrase my question. We assess feasibility of public investment projects on a case-by-case basis, right? And for example, if you rely on the cost-benefit analysis framework, if the BC ratio is over 1, then we would recommend the execution of the program. And then I realized, the induced increase in private investment is an additional bonus, for a good sense-making public investment project, right? And then I got this dilemma, right? On the one hand, we know that there is this additional bonus, right? But on the other hand, we know not all public investment projects are sensible, right? And all of us have favorite examples of, white elephant projects, right? Bridges and roads leading to nowhere. And I guess one of the notorious cases in South Korea, even though South Korea is quite famous for its fiscal discipline, we have a couple of airfields, and Formula One racing ground now being used as a drying ground for chili pepper farmers. Yeah, so what does that mean? Franz closed his presentation with a list of things that he and his colleagues are going to explore further, and the presentation today focused on the heterogeneity of countries in terms of financial market and financial institution development. Yeah, but I thought one obvious additional angle that could be looked at is the rigor in public investment management practices of countries around the world, right? So we remember phrases like management for development results, MFDR, and reliable cost-benefit analysis practices cannot be assumed for any country. And I thought this is a very urgent question, given what we learned from Franz's presentation. Yeah? Does the World Bank and the World Development Community have a reliable indicator to assess the reliability of the rigorousness of public investment management systems in different countries? And I thought the presentation today also points at a need to expand our framework for assessing individual public sector investment projects. So instead of looking at projects in isolation, we need a bigger framework, okay, to incorporate the additional bonus, crowding in effects of proposed programs. And I think there is a very easy, practical, back-of-the-envelope way to go forward on that point, right? So if you can assume certain scenarios like the size of the multiplier or elasticity, and a reasonable assumption about the social return to private investment projects, then it may happen, right? That certain public sector investment programs, even though with a below 1 CV ratio, could be recommended, right? In view of the larger repercussions of the program on for the overall national economy. I am going to stop here, but I'd like to point out that I use this phrase, und so weiter, instead of the usual etc. I learned during the break that France is not a German national, but I couldn't resist the temptation to boast my little mastery of German. So here I stop, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Kim, for the insightful approaches regarding to the prior presentation. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed right to our last discussion and a Q&A session. Once again, we would love to hear from you. For our online viewers, please submit your questions or comments on the chat box down below on the official YouTube channel of our KDI school, and we look forward to hearing from you. And now we would like to invite our chair, speakers, and discussant up to our stage. It seems like we are all ready. So would our speakers and discussants please proceed up to the stage? And now, Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation and discussion. We have the last but not least research result. So first of all, thank you. And could you respond to Professor Tae-jong Kim's comment first?
Of course. Thank you very much for your comments. Very much appreciated. So there are lots of comments. In terms of policy questions, I guess what I'd tell policymakers is don't do pro-cyclical policy. Don't do pro-cyclical investment. Don't sacrifice investment because your current spending is rigid and therefore you basically, I guess, a lesson from the last, let's say 2010 to 2019 is that lots of countries ran up debt, but a lot of that debt just financed current expenditure rather than investment. So clearly you're going to get no productive benefit or very little productive benefit from that additional investment. The question on the size of the gap, the investment gap, none of those charts are lying. None of those are things I calculated directly. That's a very important question. My interpretation of those are that is effectively the gap, the size of the gap. I don't know offhand what the size of public investment to GDP is globally. I'm sure one of my learned colleagues in the team probably know that, and hopefully they can give that answer. But yeah, the bottom line is it's big, and it's bigger than we could probably address. In terms of whether this is a multiplier or an elasticity, we are presenting, so we are making them consistent in terms of size, so this is effectively a multiplier. It's not an elasticity. We're comparing it to lagged GDP, so this is effectively in the literature how they come to a multiplier. Other literature does it relative to, let's say, trend GDP, so you do like an HB filter, but it's not an elasticity in that sense. It's a multiplier number. That's why I was a little bit loose with my language in terms of $1 to $1 or a percent of GDP to a percent of GDP. I was just trying to make the point that these things are somewhat equivalent, so however you want to think about it. And a little bit, I guess, on my heritage question. So I am Swiss heritage, but I'm South African American, spent most of my life in South Africa. And so, so that's just, so yeah, I didn't know your et cetera. I've never seen that before. But the point I want to make is sometimes, given my background, it's sometimes hard to think about it in a dollar sense. Like you think of your local currency and you don't always think of dollars, and then World Bank would come and say, oh, this is, the government spent $1.17 trillion globally on fiscal policy. That number is huge, but in my head, I sometimes struggle to figure out what that actually means. So maybe that's why I went with a few ways of saying it. The preferred value of rho, in many ways we're cheating on this, and this is something we need to figure out. Because internally what we're doing is we're saying we have this OLS estimate, then we have this IV estimate. So the IV estimate must be telling us something about where we want to go, right? And so we are in somewhat making a circular argument with the kinky least squares. And so I tried to move a little bit away from that and to provide this sort of, you said it very well, and I forget exactly what you said, but this range of ignorance, I think is what you said, which was a very smart way to say it. So I try to provide a large range of ignorance, but yeah, the subsequent results were based on a specific value.
We are sure that the value of rho likely value is negative.
We are sure, I guess, on average across the economies we have, the likely value is negative. But I mean, we are cheating somewhat to get there, so plausibly it could be positive. I mean, if you think about pro-cyclical policy in emerging markets, you would think that that rho coefficient is likely to be positive rather than negative. So it is somewhat surprising maybe that it's negative. But yeah, I think what it does nicely is it's got a range of -1 to 1. It gives you an estimate over that range of the likely size of that multiplier. So even that information is really useful for engaging on this issue. And then yes, I think finally, sorry, I'm speaking a lot, just on my presentation, I guess was very positive in tone, except for maybe the first part of the question, but this idea that we get crowding in and that this crowding in is large, it is somewhat counterintuitive, maybe result that most people, maybe I'm a little more fatalist than others, but most people will think about emerging markets investment and think about these white elephants. Being South African, we had the Rugby World Cup in the Soccer World Cup in 2010. We spent tons of money building stadiums. There are lots of positives that came out of the investment. We got like the Goud train, which was a train that connected Johannesburg and Pretoria, which was very positive. Great investment, but we also got really big stadiums that I don't know what they're used for. Maybe for drying stuff is an option. And then finally, we do have a framework within the World Bank. My boss told me on public investment management, and I know there's lots of work happening within the World Bank. I think more learned people, again, could speak to that.
Thank you very much. Any question or comment from the floor? Lady back there.
Thank you so much. I came from KDIS School of Public Policy and Management. In terms of global investment, as Professor Kim mentioned, that many countries face substantial gaps in infrastructure investment, including like transportation network, energy system, and the others. This deficit hampers economic growth and development, but different cases have different ways to solve. And such as Argentina, they choose close to independent monetary policy and or domestic monetary policy instead of fixed exchange rate. I think it's also affect to the public and private investment project, and the ratio will be low. So my question, based on my limitation knowledge, between crowding in and crowding out, which one better to increase the investment? Thank you so much.
So which public investment leads to higher or better private investment? Is that your question?
Okay, so I think I understood the question slightly differently. So were you asking specifically about the policy regime that a country follows and how that may impact the multiplier? So of the preliminary work we've done, we've looked at the exchange rate regime and how that may affect the multiplier. And there we haven't found any evidence that whether you run a fixed exchange rate or a more flexible exchange rate, that multiplier differs. So at least in terms of the exchange rate, we have some preliminary evidence. In terms of monetary policy choices, I can't really speak to beyond that, but it's an important point and something we'll look into in our way forward.
Yes.
My question, I'm from KDI, my name is Kaushal, and I'm here just to boost you on this analysis that you have done with Kinki's scale. My question is that you have mentioned about the private investment laws. I know they are higher on, they're there to hire the potential, and they are there to give you great growth that you want in your country. But what is the implication that you also see and the challenges that they are there, which in terms of illiquidity and inaccessible that are there in the private investments? So what do you suggest that that the public investment can boost them in terms of these areas, so the private investments could be more valuable and accessible? Thank you.
Basically, when private investment has a market which is illiquid, or has some defects, public investment, what can public invest do? That's what I understand.
Yeah, so I guess I'll approach your question partly on sort of the theory part that we're trying to expand. So effectively what we're trying to say is that exactly your point that imperfect capital markets make a big difference for how you should think about the role of public investment on private investment. One clear outcome that comes from this theory is the idea that if you have imperfect capital markets, incomplete or inefficient or whatever it is, so when you have those, sorry, now my train of thought left me a bit. Yeah. Jet lag, exactly. Yeah, so sorry. So the one thing we show, yes, in terms of financial market development is that this multiplier is lower. But the theory basically says that in that case, it's more, it's not just about the rate of return on public investment. So that's where I was going, apologies. So in an incomplete capital market, you will have an underinvestment problem by the private sector. You'll have underinvestment. And so it's not just about the return on public investment that matters, but actually that public investment can solve the underinvestment problem in private investment. But yeah, more broadly in our results, thanks Amelia, that we show is that the level of financial market development does impact on this level of crowding in. So less developed markets get less crowding in and more developed markets get more crowding in. Thanks.
I think maybe that's the case for Korea in 1960s and early 1970s. Korea had the underdeveloped financial market, and public finance or public invest played a great role and induced more private investment later, probably. Yes.
Thank you. So coming a little bit for the public investment management, so Uli showed that future expansion of the work would like to see what is the impact of the broadly understood institution like corruption, you know. It links a little bit to your question, but I think the idea is great to look at the public investment management scores. So, World Bank and IMF has this system of assessment that looks at the project design, implementation, and actually provides a score that is, you know, this is a complex rating mechanism looking at the procurement, at the medium-term planning, the selection of the projects, and trying to see if this scoring, medium, above medium, like similar like Uli did for the financial sector, whether this would also show us that better, more sounder public investment management would actually have positive impact on the multiplier. So thanks for that suggestion, and it's great. So it was more a comment than a question. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll have one last question.
Thank you. Regarding that crowding in and out, generally in the, EMD situation, I think we are crowding in investment and we are crowding out risks in a very real situation. So in that front, I would like to ask regarding the PPP model, the public-private partnership, which is actually emerging tools to have that adjustment or whatever the physical measures. So in that line, how we actually have that kind of quantitative measures will complement to enhance the robustness of the PPP model. In fact, the PPP model is an emerging tools now. So now how you can complement or, is basically a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess there's three things that we don't cover that are very important to probably cover on this topic. I don't know how much will end up in the actual paper going into it, but they matter a lot. One is FDI, which we don't cover at all. One is the public-private partnership that you discussed, which we don't cover at all. And I guess also very relevant is state-owned enterprises and the role of those state-owned enterprises in investment. So I guess all I can say is that we could probably look into this and try to figure out how we can try to assess the role of PPPs in crowding in. So yeah, sorry, no good clear answer there.
PPP is not considered in this paper. Yes.
Thank you very much, Franz, for your elucidating responses. I have one question and one suggestion. You didn't respond to one of my questions about the failure to include human capital investment among the categories of public investment. Is there a reason for that? And about investigating the heterogeneity of multipliers in different settings. Here is one of my favorite economists from the World Bank. Now back in China, Justin Yifu Lin. He investigated in the degree of harmony between a country's competitive advantage and the adopted trade industrial policy regime, and he is of the opinion that if you get that wrong, then all things go wrong, right? And I thought it might be an additional potentially beneficial angle from which to approach the question of heterogeneity.
So yeah, I mean, I guess part of my response in saying that I didn't estimate or didn't look, or I just took other people's work on the sort of the needs is, I guess they were just focusing on infrastructure in many ways and not the human capital side. I don't know directly of any estimates on the human capital front. So that would be interesting to know and to learn. And yes, thank you for the suggestion. We'll look into it, definitely.
We have estimates in the bank of the human capital losses during the COVID, and we have also estimates what it would take to cover some of these human capital losses. As you know, human capital there is a human capital project in the World Bank. It's a very difficult way. It's not an easy methodology to measure actual, human capital investment needed. But I think there is some attempt of doing it in the World Bank, and just only happened not to show it, but it's of course very important component of that work. As a motivation, we can add it.
Thank you. Probably this is one of the very important research area now we need because we have limited resources, but many work to do, such as climate change and so on. So if public investment can induce more private investment, that will help a lot to face the challenge we have ahead. Thank you, Dr. Luke and Tae-Jung Kim, for wonderful presentation and discussion. This will wrap up the today's all the session. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for the interactive discussion, and please give another big round of applause to our chair for leading all the sessions despite having a cold. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this comes to the end of day one. I would like to thank all of our speakers for sharing your excellent knowledge and in-depth information with us, and especially all of you for your cooperation and support. We hope you found our dialogue to be useful and informative, and we hope to see you tomorrow for day two as well. Thank you once again, and enjoy the day. Thank you very much.